there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh! Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1446. That just happens to be my favorite year, 1446. That's when they got it right.
That's when they got it right. What'd they get right?
All of it, all of the 1446 stuff.
Gotcha.
That was what they call the new Renaissance, I think is what they call that. 1446. By the way, please like the stream. Please like the stream. We got this isn't Jeff Holiday. What happened?
It's not Jeff Holiday. Unless he grew a big beard.
Yeah.
It is Jeff Holiday's studio though. So I'm the internet's cousin Matt. I'm your cousin Matt. I'm his cousin Matt. I'm everybody's cousin Matt.
That's good because I've never had a biological cousin Matt. So you're my honorary cousin Matt. I have no cousin Matts.
Well, everybody has a cousin Matt now.
Cousin Matt. Cousin Matt. And not Matt Jarbo.
Nope.
Because he's not a cousin.
Not that. He probably doesn't even have any cousins. He's grown in a test tube or something. I don't know. I don't even know the guy. I'm just like throwing shade.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got his thing. Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. Give the stream a big fat like. That would be much appreciated. Also, we have quite the road ahead of us trying to meet the weekly goal. I'm hoping we could get to maybe at least like 75% tonight. I'm willing to humiliate myself and do all kinds of dumb shit on camera tonight to meet this goal. So I'm open to suggestions. Please put it out there and don't be shy to show your support. One of our main supporters he had some unexpected expenses, so he hasn't been able to come through as much as he usually does. So.
Yeah, I mean, like let's help the show out. Less than 50% to get to 75%. We could do that tonight.
Yeah,
that's doable.
And then like normally the way it works now is if we can't get to 100% on Saturday night, I usually just end up doing Sunday streams until we hit it. But
gotcha.
Yeah, baby steps. Just use the link pinned in the top of the chat. The Streamlabs. The Streamlabs pinned in the top of the chat. Do that. Thank you. You're bulky now, bud.
Help us out.
All right. Yeah, so everyone, please like the stream. We are going to check out the world of the Jurid.
My favorite internet lolcow, fucking Jared Juggernauts.
Is he your favorite?
I mean, like, he's my favorite in that, like, he's really easy to hate. So
the easiest, probably the easiest. I'm gonna play the full theme song, which is like a couple minutes long, but it gets me pumped, and I'm low energy today. So here we go.
I'm an incel, mindfulness shit. I'm a Christian, and I wear pretense. I'm a Buddhist, and I wear no clothes. I'm a pedo, and I think that shows. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha. I live with my dad. You're a simp, bro, and I'm
Not at all creepy.
Man, it does get you pumped.
Yeah.
I'd love to see somebody play that live.
Yeah, I am super pumped right now. I've learned how to play that on guitar and have kind of like played around with it, like, you know, when I'm sitting around doing nothing.
Nice.
Yeah. I had someone ask me if their band could cover that song. I'm like, yeah, you don't need to ask permission to cover a song, you know.
If they do, though, like anytime somebody asks you something like that, be like, yeah, but you need to record it and send it to me so we can play it on the show.
Yeah.
That would be pretty great.
Yeah. I'd like to see what they come up with. So here's the latest Jared video. Now, for those of you who don't know, recently Jared was like, hey, I'm going to take down all my posters because I'm going to start taking being a YouTuber more seriously. But in reality, Jared's house is up for sale. So he had to take that shit down because his parents made him. And allegedly, people have done walkthrough tours of Jared's house. Like they've had like open houses, and Jared's so-called backyard gym is just like a weight bench and like a barbell, and that's all it is. So
he's bulking right now. He's in his bulking stage, and then he's gonna tone up after that.
Yeah. He's been bulking for like half a decade. Anyway, here he is. Here's the round one himself.
What's going on, guys? This is Genesis here. So, I'm laughing right now because you guys know I hate folded beanies, but I went ahead and broke down and got one.
Jared hates everything until he decides he likes it. That's how...
He looks like he's trying to invoke Tim Pool here. What's going on?
He probably doesn't like Tim Pool either. Like, he doesn't like anything until he decides he likes it. It just depends on whether or not it's convenient at the time for him to say he likes it.
But with that said, this is not your typical hipster beanie. As you can see, this is just a really fucking long one. Just like my D.
No, unfortunately, I've seen it because you sent a bunch of them to people you thought were underage girls online, and they got leaked everywhere. So unfortunately, I have seen. So's Jeff. Did you ever see the thing where someone unsolicited sent Jeff the picture of Jared's dick?
I didn't. I've seen the reaction. Jeff like reacting live. I didn't know that it was Jared that he was reacting to.
It was Jared's dick. He's like, oh, yeah.
Look at that shit. My mom found this for me, bro.
My mom found this for me, bro. He's like less than a year away from being 40.
That's what I was going to say is like, I've never seen someone who looks so much like a child and an old man at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. He looks like a baby, like his body proportions. You know how like little babies have like pot bellies and shit. That's kind of like, yeah.
But then he's balding and got gray hair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
And yes, it's fucking Levi's. I'm a goddamn prep. Look at me.
Is that what you are?
Preppy J wearing his Levi's beanie.
Oh, man. I haven't heard someone refer to a prep in probably 20 years.
That's what I'm saying. He's stuck in the 90s.
It's sad, man.
Oh.
So sad.
Oh, my God, son. Ugh. This is so rad, though, because it's like... You can fold it and it doesn't look like a fucking penis. You know what I mean? It keeps your ears warm that way too. So yeah, shout outs to Levi's, dude. I didn't know these existed. Oh fuck. You gotta really sort of fool with it though. Oh wow, you can really fold that shit. That's what she said. Anyways, guys, no workout video today. No,
no workout video ever.
Why would he do a workout video?
Because his channel is called Jared Juggernaut Fitness.
When I'm curious, Ben. When was Jared Juggernaut Fitness's last workout video?
He did one not too long ago, if you can call it a workout. But other than that, it's probably the only workout video he's ever done. It was right after he took all the shit down from his walls and said, man, I'm going to start taking this fitness channel seriously. My question is, what is he doing? Like, what's next? Like where are his parents moving, and can he go where they're moving? Because his parents are old. Like, even for having a kid in their 40s, they're like in their 70s, you know?
You know where he's not going? I can tell you 100% he is not going to a clock tower dream house. There are no clock tower dream houses in Jared Genesis' future. I can tell you that.
Oh, fitness rant. This is just me saying what's up. I'm a vlogger. I like to vlog. I've been doing this, fucking 10 years now, and I just sometimes I don't really have much to say. So I just like to chill, shoot the shit, hopefully spread some good vibes to y'all. It's winter time, dude, and I've been very fucking lazy. Also,
okay. He does the same thing during the summer. He'll be like, it was too hot to work out, bro, and now it's too cold during the winter. It's like, yeah, that's how the summer and winter. Plus, he lives in like Southeast Texas, where like it doesn't get that cold.
That was going to be my next question, is where the fuck does he live? Because he talks like he's from California, or like he wants to be from California.
He grew up in the 90s where like there was the surfer dude stereotype, like Michelangelo.
Right.
So that's why he talks that way. But no, he's from Southeast Texas, like Houston area, and he did live like in a suburb of Houston. And then they moved, and people were like, oh, he moved because of the online harassment. I don't think that's the case. I think they couldn't afford to live there anymore, so they packed up and moved to like out into the boonies. And now I don't know why they're moving. I know his parents are old. I had heard rumors that his dad had some like dementia related issues, but this is all just hearsay, so I don't know. But I mean, eventually they're probably going to want to move to a retirement home. Maybe I don't know. This is all speculation, but maybe they're like, damn, we don't have the heart to like kick our son out of our home. But if we don't have this home anymore and we move to a place where he can't move with us, then that's not us kicking him out per se.
If this goes well, Jessica's parents should take note.
What they should do is hook them up. And
oh god,
yeah, could you imagine that?
That's who she should have gone after to begin with. I mean, like she probably would delude herself and say that like she's better than that and would never go after him, and like he has no money or nothing to offer, so like she has no reason to seek him out. But they could be the internet's most infamous lol cow couple, like worse than Rev and Shanny, like.
The toxicity of it would be insane.
Completely.
But and people will always say this. Anytime I say something like this, people bring this up, and they will say, "Well, she's too old for Jared," and I always correct them because in the infamous video of Jared saying he would date an 8-year-old, he also said he'd date a 1,000-year-old. So age is but a number to Jared. He doesn't care if you're super young or a mummified corpse. He's into it all.
Well, we know that Jessica likes to post pictures of underage girls with their phone numbers on
Backpage,
explicit websites. Yeah. So maybe she can like wingman him or whatever, and they can have some disgusting like.
Oh, I just got shivers at the thought of that.
They might be the most perfect couple for each other as long as they end up in prison.
So in this hypothetical where they move to a place that Jared can't go to, like it's a senior community or whatever, I think the only place Jared could go is like a group home. I don't know. And the weird thing is that Jared could, if Jared was my kid and I didn't have the heart to kick him out on the street, I'd be like, well, you're obviously like mentally disabled, so you better sign up for SSI like now. And I'm getting your check every month when it comes in because you're living off of me and mooching off of me when I'm like spending my retirement money on you. So you're giving me your SSI check every month as long as you're living here. But
they should have done that like 10 years ago.
I know, but that as far as I know, Jared's too lazy to do the footwork to make it happen. But he could probably, like I've had family members, you know, that weren't old enough to collect Social Security, but because they were like not all right upstairs, they started collecting it like in their early 30s. So I know it can be done, and he's obviously, there's something wrong with him. Like he's
clearly delusional.
Yes.
We witnessed that delusion on display here on YouTube.
Yeah. He's a real man. That's a delusional statement.
Yeah.
I don't know how far back in the lore you go. Have you seen the thing where he screamed at his dad and all that shit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I didn't see it when it happened, but I've caught it on replays. I don't know that I've watched it from the start, but I've seen enough of it to just be like, man, if that was my kid, he would not be living there.
Right. And I think he's physically intimidating to his parents. So I think that's there's like an element of fear there because he is like, he's big. He's like above average, like big. So, you know, two old people can't really do much with him. And then he's like, well, if you come in here, I'm going to kick your ass, you know? So yeah, it was, that was really eye-opening because before that happened, a lot of people viewed him as kind of like a lovable dope, you know? And then that came out.
That was before the pedophile stuff came out.
Yes. Well, he had... Okay, so he had been around for a while, and some people knew about him doing some weird shit like that. You know, like him, like, talking to people he thought was underage and shit. But it wasn't as well known. And then he started being on this show called EFAP, which is a pretty popular live stream. EFAP, Every Frame a Pause. They're pretty popular, and they've been around for probably like 7-8 years. They have like, you know, like thousands of live viewers when they stream live. And they made Jared kind of like their mascot. You know, they would watch his videos and clown on him, but then they'd have him on and talk to him. But so he started getting a lot of attention online because of that show. And then shortly after that, he started live streaming and getting pretty good live viewership because of his, you know, connection to that show. And because they were positioning him as kind of like a lovable lol cow type guy. So then he's doing the live stream and he screams at his dad and threatens to beat up his dad and threatens to kill people. So then that was kind of like the catalyst to these other people who have been following Jared for a long time to be like, look at this video. And there's a video of him like admitting he like broke up with someone and he's like, turns out she may have been a tad underage, you know, like that kind of shit. There's a whole like crazy compilation of this shit.
So is this breaking up with, though? Is this like some girl that he was talking to on Discord and never met in real life?
It was like an online thing. That's the only silver lining to Jared is that he doesn't go anywhere or do anything. So he can't like physically be in the presence of any children. Right. But he has done some weird shit through DMs to people that he at least believed that at least presented to him as children.
So what are the odds of Jared still being a virgin then?
He is not, and I believe that he's not. He's told this story, and the way he tells it, like, I know it's not a lie because it's embarrassing. He basically had like a random hookup. He met, like, by his own admission, a pretty ugly girl online and just like met up with her and had sex with her and then like never saw her again after that. And I believe it's true because the story is like really awkward and the way he tells it, I would be embarrassed to tell it. So, sure. Yeah.
This shit is way too low. Look ridiculous. There we go.
But it's been like 20 years.
I'm OCD, guys. Pardon my OCD here. It's... I think I folded the shit a little too much. Still getting kind of...
I like how he says he's OCD. And I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I usually relate OCD with like chronic cleanliness. And he's the opposite of that, where like he's more of a hoarder. Like he hoards garbage and shit.
I think that there's different different types of OCD, and like people who obsess over cleanliness and germs, that's one type, but there are people who obsess over like locking your doors or like the way that money is arranged in your wallet. Like it can manifest in a lot of different ways, but just like adjusting your hat and being like, oh, I'm OCD, like that's the way that he talks is so fucking stupid. But yeah, like that has nothing to do with OCD. Don't be trying to like put yourself into a box that you don't belong in, man.
I agree. He self-diagnoses everything.
Of course I'm sure that he's never been to a doctor to get anything diagnosed.
I don't know. I know he's also like a self-awarded black belt, and he calls himself a bodybuilder and all sorts of shit. Like he's labeled himself so many things that are clearly not the case.
Used to this, but we'll eventually adjust. So anyways, yeah, bro, I've been fucking lazy because it's winter, dude. Like, I have been so lazy.
He says that no matter what season it is, the season is the reason why he hasn't done anything.
Because I am a pussy, and I cannot take the cold. And it's also kind of cold in my house, too.
I'm a pussy, full stop.
I think yesterday it was like 36. Let me see what it is now. 37, yeah.
That's nothing.
That's above freezing. You are a pussy.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not allowed to run the house anymore.
I don't know.
I don't do well when it comes to the 30s. And I'll be honest with you guys, I really suck with 40s too. I can tolerate 50s.
This could be edited very deceptively right here.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, that's why he goes for the 10s and T's.
Oh, yes! Jay Spoon, the man, coming through!
That's awesome. It's going to go for, what, 3 minutes?
2 minutes. And Jay Spoon coming through being the hero, even though he has to get a new car because a fucking deer ran into his car.
Oh, man.
From the side, he said. Like a deer ran into his fucking car from the side.
That happened to me in Idaho. I was driving my truck through the woods at night, and a deer just ran out of the road right in the side of my truck.
That's crazy. Who da ho?
Everyone da ho.
Everyone da ho.
Everyone in the world da ho.
Yeah, this is gonna go on for a little bit, but I love it. Like, it's weird. It's a Pavlovian response now. When I hear this, I'm like, I'm happy.
Right. You know it means donation. Fans.
Yeah. You know how you ring a bell every time you feed a dog, and then eventually you just ring the bell and the dog starts to salivate.
Exactly.
So it's like when I hear Jared's laugh, I get aroused a little bit. Is that bad?
Get a little turned on. I mean, I'm not gonna kink shame or anything like that, man. Whatever tickles your fancy, that's great.
Hey, people in the chat are saying you sound just like Jeff, which I don't hear it. You don't sound like Jeff to me.
That's weird.
I know that is weird. It's like is like voice like just because you're around him, it's like contagious or something.
Yeah, I don't know because like we're not related. However, we did so independently. We grew up probably about 20 to 30 miles away from each other on the coast. Didn't know each other at all, but like we both lived that close to each other on the coast in Oregon growing up. So maybe similar place that were brought up.
Yeah.
I get.
Yeah, that's crazy. By the way, just a quick reminder to everyone, please like the stream and help Jay Spoon out. He wants us to reach this goal. So the minimum dono is $2. Send us a couple twos. A five is TTS. Tell us what you think about Jared. After this, because we haven't done it in a while and I think everyone needs a refresher, I'm going to play the Jared is a PDF file supercut video.
If Jay Spoon can donate and he's got to buy a new car, like we could use a little bit more help. Come on, you guys. Like,
yes, thank you.
Let's help the show.
I know a lot of y'all are laughing at me like, what the fuck, dude? I get it, dude. I get it. But I will tell you this. I have a superpower as a Texan. And if you're a Texan, you probably have this power too. I can tolerate stupid high humidity, bro. Like,
no, you can't. You've used that as an excuse for why you couldn't work out during the summer. You say it's too hot, you can't work out during the summer. It's too cold, you can't work out during the winter. You do this every time, and you don't know. Like, I have experienced negative 20 degrees, and that's like before the wind chill.
I lived in Houston for about a year and a half. It was actually the first time that it had snowed on Christmas in Houston in like 30 something years. But the humidity there fucking sucks.
Sure.
Like, nobody's doing anything in that humidity. If you're in Houston, like, you're going from your car to a building that's got AC back and forth, and that's much it.
I've been to New Orleans in July, so I've felt that kind of humidity. I've been to Texas, or not Texas, but Arizona in July, so I felt like that extreme, like Phoenix, Arizona type heat in July. They say it's dry, but it still feels like you're being cooked alive. And believe it or not, like where I grew up, it's on Lake Erie, so in the summer it does get really fucking humid, and there's giant mosquitoes everywhere and shit because it's on a big ass lake, you know. So
I don't believe he can handle anything, honestly.
No, he can't. He's soft.
All we ever see him sit in a room.
This is his existence.
Stupid high. We're talking 90s. You ever been in 90s humidity? Oh, that shit will melt your tits.
Well, first of all, 90s is the temperature. The humidity is something different. That's like a percentage that measures like the moisture in the air. So they're two separate things.
Well, we may be able to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's saying 90% humidity, but he doesn't sound like he knows what he's talking about.
No, I can almost guarantee he means like 90 degrees and humid, which is bad, but 90% humidity, wouldn't that basically be raining at that point?
You'd be walking through water, yeah.
Yeah.
It's off, bro. Literally, son.
Oh, you almost did a spit take, Jared. Yeah, by the way, if any of you guys live in Southeast Texas, I hear that there's a gem of a house up for sale right now, and it's doing an open house. Like, you can go tour the house right now if you're interested, if you're looking to get into like some new digs down there. I hear there's a sweet-ass backyard gym that consists of like a weight bench and a dumbbell. But yeah.
If you go tour it, like, you definitely got to make sure that you bring your 360-degree camera with you and you do a walkthrough of the whole house, you know, just to help them get the word out. See if we can get this house sold or something.
That's a throwback, the 360 camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jeff and his wife and everybody, they all have them for their motorcycles. I don't know.
Yeah. Jeff had one. Jeff went to this convention years ago called Kilroy that a lot of people like hated, and he pulled out the 360 camera, and it was like a meme for a little while, the 360 camera. So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's the worst because it's so energy draining, bro. That humidity, I'm telling you, it's so much worse than actual heat. There's just something about it. It's just I don't really know, man. But it's something I've dealt with my whole life, and yeah, I can tell you, dude, it really is fucking draining. But it's just something you got to deal with. So anyways, what to talk about now? I don't really know.
Okay, so most people, when they run out of things to talk about, they end the video. But if you notice, Jared's video is only like a third of the way done right now. So, yep. He always does this. He'll be like, well, I guess that's all I have to say, bro. And then, like, it'll go on twice as long. So
all I've seen are parallels with Jessica and why he and Jessica would just be the perfect streaming couple.
Damn. Yeah. That.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, she does that too. You know what though? Jared is grounded from actually streaming. He hasn't been able to stream in years. Cause like the whole shit popped off where like the cops kept coming to their house And for a while there, Jared was just straight up grounded from the internet. By the way, thank you, Leah Ashes, for $2. My great grandpa would hate Jared. He'd say, "Get off your ass and go do something constructive. Why don't ya?" Yes. Why don't ya? But yeah, so Jared he went dark online for like 3 years because he was grounded. And we're like, damn, I guess we finally got rid of Jared forever. And then he came back like 2 years ago or so, and he's been back ever since. But he can only make videos. He can't live stream. He's not, but he wants to so bad. And the trolls, like the super malicious trolls that hate him, they want him to live stream so bad because it's going to be a shit show.
Is he grounded like from his parents?
From his parents.
Huh.
He's 39 years old. He'll be 40 in November. And yes, he is grounded by his dad.
That dude is a year younger than me. 1 fucking year.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Here, guys. But I had some chicken earlier. It's fucking delicious, bro. Fucking, you know what? I'm going to show you guys something. How to eat the cartilage off a chicken bone. I just remember I have this here, so I might as well.
I wonder how long that bone has been in there. Like, that could have been in there for like a week, for all we know. Like, yeah.
Is he really going to eat the fucking cartilage off of that thing?
Yeah, and like, to each their own, I guess, but like, we don't know how long those chicken bones have been in his room. Like, he doesn't clean his room. He doesn't even change his clothes. He doesn't change his underwear. So he's admitted that he only changes his underwear like once every 2 to 3 weeks, which is crazy because he's constantly like forcing out farts in his videos. So you know he shits his pants. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll fucking show you. Let me get a little drink first.
He finally got a new cup because people were clowning on him because he had like a moldy cup. There was like mold all over it. And he finally got a different cup. He did. You know what? Another thing that outlines Jared's laziness is when he was still allowed to live stream, he wouldn't get up to use the bathroom. He would piss in a cup like under his desk while he was live. And then
More parallels with Jessica.
And one day he accidentally drank out of it. Like he got his cups confused and drank the piss. Yep.
Dude.
Yep.
Fucking gross.
Yep. Oh, God.
A little fucking booger in my bowl. I'm single, ladies. So, guys, you want to eat the cartilage because the cartilage has fucking collagen in it, and collagen will make your bones super strong. And that could also help you lift heavy weight, you know what I'm saying? Also with martial arts and shit like that, so...
Yes, he would piss right on stream, but you couldn't see him because the camera, you know, is only from like the chest up. But yeah, he would piss in a cup, like below the frame of his video. And he had all these like different cups, and he set like the piss cup like on a table behind him. And then he reached back to get his water cup and grabbed the piss cup instead, took a drink out of it, didn't react at all, and put it back. And then like 2 or 3 minutes later, he's like, "Did you guys see that? I drank my own piss." Like he admitted it. Yeah. Yes.
What you do is you just fucking bite down on it, bro, like this.
Oh, that's how you eat something? You bite on it? No. Oh.
What?
He's going to bust a tooth.
Feel that marrow. This shit is a delicacy. Like, some people actually cook bones and then split them in half.
I've had like beef marrow at a restaurant where they split the bone and then you can like scoop the marrow out of it and eat it, and that was good. I don't know about chicken bone marrow though. I don't know.
Eat the marrow.
I think if it's so widely available, like any chicken that you get has it. Like, how is it? Like, I don't know. I guess delicacy and rare are two different things, and I guess something can be widely available and still be a delicacy. But
I guess so.
It's really delicious, honestly. Sometimes too, if I warm my chicken up in the microwave like fucking white trash, but sometimes if you warm it up enough, like the marrow is kind of liquidy, and you can really get some
he likes to suck on bones.
Homoerotic shit going on there. But
there you go.
I had to comment on it too.
So yes, you can eat the bottom. That was totally on accident. I didn't mean for that to come out so perverted, but hold on. Speaking of bottom.
Here it is.
Oh.
See?
Just had a little toot come out of my bottom there, but power of...
Yeah. He thinks he's going to be a successful YouTuber.
I mean, he's on his way to being a successful lol cow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Suggestion, I guess.
Lol cow is the new punk rock, bro.
This one's a little bit more...
Yes, he's said that before. He's also said, like, Christian is the new punk rock, and, like, yeah.
Tricky, but if you bite down hard enough, it'll just pop out. Watch this.
Is he going to bust a tooth?
And there you go. You just chew that shit like bubblegum, bro.
You know what he did to try and strengthen his jaw? He, like, cut the soles off of a pair of old shoes and, like, chewed on the soles of old... like sneakers.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
Yeah. Yep.
Alpha
I'm not gonna
bubble
strengthen
gum,
your job.
Here, son. And that's how you eat cartilage off a bone. Yes, I know I'm so talented. Years of practice. You'll get it one day.
What I hate about this guy the most, like the reason that he's like number one on my lol cow list is like the fucking pretentious way that he talks in his videos, like he's like he's anybody at all.
Yeah, like he's an authority. Whatever subject he's talking about, he's like the ultimate authority on that subject.
I don't understand how people get to that level of like pretentiousness. That's something like you have to have no humility, like very little self-awareness.
Yeah.
It blows my mind. It's weird to watch.
It is mind-blowing. He should be one of the most humble people on earth, but he's the exact opposite of that. It's crazy.
I have to admit, I really enjoy it too. I do. I love cartilage. It's kind of weird. I know. I will tell you something though, man.
Smack your lips
I used
harder.
To, cook bones, like not bake them, but I would cook them just in the fucking stove. You know what I'm saying? I would make the what do they call it?
I would not be able to sit at a table and eat with him, even like if I didn't know anything about him personally, and I was like at a restaurant and he was sitting at the table next to me smacking his lips like that, I'd be grossed out. I can't stand it. I cannot stand that.
I don't understand why you would record a video doing that shit. Like, or do you not go back and play back your videos before you upload them?
He
to
does
YouTube
not.
And go?
Nope. Dude, he will upload the most embarrassing videos too, where it's like, why did you upload that? It wasn't even live. Like, he'll do a gaming video where he sucks so bad at the game and can't even get like through the tutorial on it, and then he'll upload it.
It's just about getting the content out there, bro. Get an algorithm.
Yeah.
What do they fucking call that shit? Broth. Yeah. Broth is actually very healthy for you too. It's full of collagen. You can actually get broth from Jell-O if you like Jell-O pudding.
What?
I wouldn't recommend.
You can get broth from Jell-O pudding? What? What? You can get broth from Jell-O pudding?
He uses Jell-O for broth, Ben. Come on.
And it though, man, that shit is full of nasty chemicals, bro. Like that shit will literally give you cancer by.
Someone tricked him into drinking rubbing alcohol. They were like, "Oh, you know what'll cure your bloating? Rubbing alcohol. Make sure you drink a whole bunch of that." And he was doing it and making videos about it, and then someone tipped him off. But yeah, Jared almost got killed by a troll that tricked him into drinking rubbing alcohol. It's
age 50. I do not recommend eating that. But I mean, you know, if that's what you like, and if you don't like chicken, then yeah, that would be a good source. I've actually seen flavorless Jello that you can buy, like in the packets. I think those are like kind of natural, maybe.
I think those are like kind of natural, maybe. I always heard gelatin was like horse hooves. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'd always heard that.
I heard that. I think maybe it was a back in the day kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it's made from.
So that's one way to go about it.
Yeah! Didn't Booger Bone Jared self-admit to being an Omegle creep too? There was something like that where he was like, he said something about like sexting with the kiddies before. And I do think we'll see a screenshot of that because I'm going to play the PDF file supercut in a minute here.
Omegle is like one of the worst fucking like corners of the internet where disgusting creeps hang out.
Yeah. I've never been there, but I've seen like videos. Yeah.
Yep. And you're just like,
yeah. I don't want to go to a place where there's like a 50-50 chance of the next person being a dude jerking off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that.
Doing it. But, I got some coffee left. Hell yeah. Holy fuck-a-doodle-doo, bro. Also, guys, look, I just wanted to say this, okay?
Gelatin is made by boiling animal bones until the cartilage comes out. It's full of protein.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm sorry I shot a snot rocket in my bowl earlier. I know that was really disgusting.
You are disgusting.
I'm just
same
really
bowl that he was eating chicken bones out of.
I think so. See, this is the shit. This is not a live stream. He actually had the time to be like, "Oh, I shouldn't upload this because I did something really gross."
Fucking tired and out of it right
now. I'm
now.
just tired. That's a usual Jared thing.
And when I'm not feeling good, sometimes I just do shit that I know I probably shouldn't, so...
That's an understatement.
I just wanted to go ahead and apologize to you guys. I am trying to be less gross in my videos.
You're not trying.
Definitely.
He ripped ass, too! Like, yeah.
You guys may not believe me, but that is part of my resolution, too.
I like how he's pretending that all these changes are just due to a resolution, but it's not. He has to move. He people found out so easily that he's moving. Like they're moving out of this house.
Be better YouTube.
Even for the Genesis, I know when sometimes I go a little bit too far, so I do apologize for that, guys. Yeah, be careful though when you eat that cartilage, man. Like you could choke.
How in the world is he not in the streets? I've seen a lot of homeless people who are more put together than him.
Yes.
Some people just fail up like this real man.
Yeah,
parents.
Yeah. The parents are enablers. They're older. They don't want to deal with it. Kind of like Christian's parents did. Also, I mean, like, yeah, I mean. He's talked like he could survive off grid, which is so crazy. It's not the case. But yeah, he's something else.
Jared Genesis survival weekend video.
I would love to see that. I would love to see him like either out in the woods or even like on the streets of downtown somewhere. Either way.
Outside.
Yes.
Be careful, and I don't know if I said this, I think maybe I did, but when you cook it, it's actually a little bit softer. It's easier to digest. I'm a lazy ass, so I stopped making bone broth, but yeah, bone broth is incredibly healthy. Alex Jones, he used to fucking sell that shit, bone broth. You guys remember that? Well, I think technically it's called chicken broth. If you're cooking chicken bones, it's chicken broth, and if you're cooking something else, it's whatever broth. And Oh, I'm fucking tired. Sorry, guys. It's just this goddamn weather takes it out of me, dude. I hate the cold. I absolutely detest
What a
it.
crybaby.
And it's normally not this cold in Texas, but every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, it gets stupid cold.
Wasn't there like a huge ice storm
So I just
there?
wanted to leave you guys with a little.
Yeah, they did get some winter weather, at least like in the Dallas area. I don't know about Houston, because it's like a way warmer climate. And he's even further southeast of Houston, you know?
Like or Bay City or some shit like that.
It's called Saratoga. It's out in the boonies. He used to live, and the only reason I'm saying this is because he's told everybody where, like, the city he lives in. So this isn't me, like, looking it up and putting it out there. Not that it matters, because he'll do that to anybody. He'll dox anybody. But he used to live in Kingwood, Texas, which is, like, suburban Houston. And then they moved, like, further out into the boondocks. And that's where they live now.
Rant. I guess we'll just call this video showing off my beanie and eating a chicken bone, which is very homosexual sounding, which is very fitting for me. So there you guys go. I hope you guys are having a great fucking New Year's. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy shit going on in the world, as you can see if you watch the news. California is burning. God's wrath. Yeah, I'm really not too sad about that, bro. It's Los Angeles. Like, how sad can you really be? You know what I'm saying? The place is full of
piece of shit.
I don't.
What an absolute piece of shit. Poor people lost their homes too, man. Like, it's not just like everybody that was affected by wildfires was like some rich, pretentious Hollywood asshole, man. Like,
he has no knowledge of reality, so to him it's like, oh, it's Hollywood, bro. It's the elites, bro. It's like he doesn't understand that there are like middle and lower class people that live there. It's the second largest city in the country. There's all kinds of people living there.
Evil. Kind of like what happened with fucking Katrina. You know, New Orleans, that's like full of voodoo, Satanism. I didn't really see it as a huge tragedy. I'll just leave it there for you guys. But, you know, I am praying for the world. And I am praying for people who are struggling right now, because I know a lot of people are struggling. You know, especially in America. Our country sucks, dude. Like, I just hope Trump can do something.
I love Christian hypocrisy, man.
He's been trash talking Trump too. It's funny that he's saying this now. This is what I mean, where like he's always flipping like what he says and what he means.
Even though I don't really care for presidents, and I think that they all suck, honestly, but I do really hope that something good can come from him. And I'm praying for the world, guys. So I just want y'all to know that, like, if you're struggling right now, just hang in there, bro. I think things will eventually get better soon enough. So just keep fighting the good fight, guys. And stay tuned for more fitness stuff.
It's not over yet. You think the video's ending, but he's not done yet.
I've got some things planned for you guys. So yeah, oh my God. It's like a few more days of really cold, and I think it should get better. Let me check here, actually. I can check right now.
Oh, you're going to... This is a first. This is a fucking first. Jared is actually going to look something up instead of just talking out of his ass about something. This is weird. Like, this is progress a little bit.
But it's not like he's doing a live stream while he looks something up. He's looking something up while he's recording a video. Like,
baby steps.
Okay, fair enough.
Check for you guys. Do.
It's
gonna be 36. Oh, that's tonight at 11, which is in 30
Look
minutes.
at those years.
Oh, this is just. Hold on. Let's see the full day forecast.
He's a weatherman now. He missed his calling.
I'm gonna read you guys my fucking forecast here. Tonight, 27. Oh, lord. No, we're not doing that.
You're not doing it.
That. Well,
your parents should make you sleep in the backyard in a tent.
God. I guess I won't be working out tonight.
You don't work out. Stop lying. You do not work out.
I can't bring my bench press inside. I can only do it outside, so I guess I'm not working out.
Bro.
Saturday 54, Sunday 49. Okay, well, we get a break tomorrow, 54 degrees, so.
Does he understand how like low and high temps work? I don't know if he yeah.
But it's 33 at night, so that fucking blows.
Yeah, cuz the sun goes down.
And then
the sun
and during winter time, usually like the high is the high point that it hits, and it doesn't stay that high very long. In the summertime, it may hit the high early in the morning and stay that hot for the majority of the day. But in the wintertime, it's typically like it's only reaching the high at the last point in the day before the sun goes down.
Yeah. Yep.
And let's see for Monday. Okay, we're back in business on Monday. 55, 53, 56.
I'm like picturing him standing in front of like one of those green screen weather maps like the people on the news do.
So, lows of 30s, but
Doppler radar with Jared Juggernaut.
Whatever. At least I get
a whole like media company and just like make content for pedophiles. Like pedophile news.
Hey, someone called me Bin. Hey, thanks for the $5 Canadian. I appreciate your Canadian $5. Thank you so much, Kristen.
At least I get a break during the day. But see, that's what sucks ass.
It's 2 toonies and a loony.
Nice.
Because I'm on a flip schedule right now, so I wake up at night. I'm stuck with cold ass fucking winter shit, bro. Fuck you, Jack Frost. Go fuck a goddamn icicle.
Go fucking icicle? Okay.
So I think we'll just leave it on that note. Go fucking icicle, Jack Frost. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace, guys.
All right. Here's the
It's actually the end. I was waiting for it to not be the end, so I could be really disappointed.
Yeah, he is like that. Here's the Jared PDF file supercut.
All right, here we go.
I don't care about age. I date anybody. It doesn't matter.
See, these screenshots where he called himself a proud pedosexual. This was on his community page, I think.
I don't follow society's rules, and people think ill of me for that, but it doesn't matter to me. I never care.
Oh, this is someone who like catfished him through some emails. Yeah. Oh yeah. It gets dark.
Cared about what people think of me.
Because this girl kind of broke up with me. It was a dumb internet relationship anyway, though. And come to find out, she may have been a tad bit underage. And
you see this here? See what he says here?
God.
This is from his Discord.
Oh, God.
Yep. I don't want to read it out loud because someone will like clip it as if I said it, like I was admitting to it. So just read it yourself. Just read it out. Just read it out yourself.
What a terrible, terrible day to have eyes.
Yeah.
that's why that Thomas the Tank Engine guy was calling me a pedo.
If you feel you have chemistry towards someone, like you connect in a spiritual way, then go for it.
You see this one here? Yeah.
Whether they're,
It'll be like, you're ageist, bro. You're an ageist.
14, 48.
Yeah, I'm okay with being ageist.
Yeah.
If that means not a fucking PDF file.
99, whatever, doesn't matter, dude. Sure, 12 is cool with me. That's great, man. See, the funny thing about adolescents is they never sold their soul yet. And so they still have purity in them. And if you can get one young like that, then that's freaking great.
He wants to get inside that purity.
Pure, yeah, that is so creepy. They have purity, man. They're so pure.
Just like Zoe was. Zoe was so deluded into thinking that she could control me.
Zoe was a troll that played the long game with Jared and got him to admit to like a lot of really fucked up stuff before she kind of like pulled the plug on it. Yeah.
Over literally nothing, over comments that I made to her. You know what I mean? Which none, by the way, am I ashamed of. I'm not ashamed.
Yeah, right here. So I'm guessing you don't really believe.
Well,
yeah.
Oh God! Oh no! I'm not gonna say at least anything. This is bad.
He draws the line at 6, though. You see that at the bottom?
Yeah, I did see that, Ben.
Yeah.
Of who I am, and you can go fuck yourself, Zoe. I know you're probably the same. Okay, not gonna get into it in this video, but I know you're the same.
He did the just a number thing. Wow, yeah, so 6 is the magic number for Jared.
And I know Josh probably is
like
too.
Godly number?
What was that?
I said, isn't that a godly number or whatever?
It's the mark of the beast. 7 is the yeah, I don't know.
The reason why I know this is because he feels like he constantly has to more or less just
look at this.
This is disgusting.
Just make it very clear that he's into of age women. I wonder why that is, guys. There is a
wow. Look at that. God, dude.
He said he keeps saying he's a PDF sexual.
Yep. Yeah, like it's a sexual orientation and not like a dangerous paraphilic urge that he has.
Right.
Yep.
I don't think that's a thing. Like, is that just some shit that he made up?
You know what he's said in the past? He said like, well, someday I'm gonna be like a protected class, just like gays and trans people, and they're gonna add my stripe to the rainbow flag, and then you guys are gonna get in trouble for like discriminating against me, bro. That's what he said.
I heard that the pedos were really hoping for that a few years ago, but I feel like they've probably given that up, knowing that that's probably not ever going to happen now.
No, yeah.
Rhyme to every reason. Just saying. So yeah, suck a dick. Oh yeah, I love young. Hey. Nothing you guys can do about it. Suck my dick, bitch. See you guys later. Peace.
That's just hilarious. People would say that.
Right here, what he says.
Yeah,
here.
sure. 8-year-olds can consent. Sure. I would even say perhaps a bit younger.
Look at this. This is in some conversation. Someone's catfishing him here.
Okay, look, I understand that like Luigi Mangione like took care of a big fish. I just wish that there was like somebody who took care of the little fish.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Are there fish in Minecraft? Little block like cubed fish. Please like the stream, by the way, guys. Please give the stream a big fat like. Thank you.
If it's consensual, Daniel, you can't tell me it's right or wrong. Okay? Sorry, man, but that's just how it is.
Just wanted to say too, bro, listen, man, you know, to people who want to make stupid judgments about me, I support all colors of the rainbow.
Here it is. Here's the thing I was just talking about.
Okay, listen, like the stream if you think that Jared's a pedophile, and if you think that he should be Minecraft, donate a few bucks our way.
Hey!
I'm not ashamed of that, and I made that very clear in the comments. You can take that however you want. That's just who I am, and if you don't like it, fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. You're a small-minded piece of shit. And eventually, within a few years' time, you will be forced to agree with what I believe in and with what I support. I'm just gonna tell it to you like that, bro. The world's changing, and if you can't keep up with the world, you're gonna get left behind, dude.
Get with the times, guys. Get with the times.
Dude, you will.
He's been wearing fucking neckbeard fucking fedora. Like, oh, gross.
And that's the only thing he's wearing. He's probably in his underwear here because he's usually not wearing pants too. Could you imagine being like retired and you raised kids and one of them won't leave and they just like hang out around the house naked all day and like eat all your food and get the cops called because they say PDF file shit online all the time?
I don't know what it would take for somebody to just allow that to happen and not not need to do something to change that.
I don't know. My parents wouldn't have put up with it. Like just the not even the like other shit. The like being 40 and not having any ambition in life. That alone would have made my parents make me leave. You know,
this guy is literally just a little bit more than a year younger than me, and like there is no way. Like at 18, my dad was like, "Get the fuck out." Get the fuck out. This kind of shit where people are still this old, like him and Jessica and people like that, I don't understand like how okay, anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
To everyone calling me certain names, eventually that will be illegal.
It'll be illegal to call him a PDF file is basically what he's saying.
What you're doing will be seen as hate speech, and I can't wait to see the day when that
he believes this.
Fucking happens, bitch. So, first of all, let me just say this shit, okay?
Yeah, right here. You see this? Yeah.
I do not believe in
Yeah, he's...
Dude, Jesus Christ, man.
Age of consent. I think that, minors can make their own mind up about shit. And I think people who do are, in fact, ageist. I think if you do not support all colors of the rainbow, you are a bigot. I'm not going to get into that one, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Hell yes, I would, dude. I would date an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, doesn't matter. I look in the spiritual aspect of it. If I spiritually connect to someone.
So this is in August of 2019. He's 33 here. So almost 34.
It doesn't matter, dude. 99, 8.
Yeah, it's just a number. That's all it is. Thank you for defending me there, Stern. I appreciate that. Anyhow, yeah, Isabel, you're right. 13-year-old, I don't care what people say, your brain is evolved. And really, it's a great insult to adolescents to say that their brains aren't developed. I mean, really, they're not two. It's so absurd to me how people think.
So, yeah, suck a dick. Oh, yeah, I love young. Hey. Nothing you guys can do about it. Suck my dick, bitch. See you guys later. Peace.
So there you have it.
Well, that was disgusting.
Yeah. So that's Jared, and he's we're all gonna go to jail because he's gonna be a protected class, and
I'm cool with that. I'm down to go to jail.
It's weird though because it doesn't work that way. Like I can say whatever I want about anybody, no matter how gross it is. Like First Amendment, like hate speech is protected by the First Amendment. So Jared doesn't even understand how this works. Like, how does he think there's all these homophobic people out there saying bad shit about gay and trans people, and they don't go to jail for it? They might get fired from their job or something, but it's not a criminal offense to be a bigot in the United States.
Hey, understanding how the legal system works is not his job, Ben. His job is to work out and make videos on the internet.
Yeah, so I guess his house is up for sale if anyone's interested in doing a tour. I think they're currently doing walkthroughs right now if you're in Southeast Texas.
Yeah, if you live near Houston, I'd really be interested in getting a really vivid description of what it smells like when you walk inside that house.
Yeah, that's something else. I'm guessing his room is just sticky floor.
I can't imagine how the smell from his room does not just waft into the entire house.
Let me see if I can find the workout video really quick here.
Hooray, maybe I'll learn something.
Yeah, you'll be ripped just by watching it. Like he's so good, he's such a good like health and fitness guru that just watching his videos is gonna make you like super jacked.
Get fit through osmosis.
Yeah. Here we go. I have it here. All right. I want to turn down the music though.
Look at me go.
You know what's so sad though, and I haven't had the heart to tell him. I have a friend that has this same shirt. Adam from Your Movie Sucks is a big fan of Scar from The Lion King, and he has this shirt, but it isn't all cut up like this. But then when I see it, I'm like, oh shit.
Is it the same color?
I think so, but I know it's the exact same image for sure.
And
look at this. That is like what, a 15-pounder?
Maybe a 20. If it's a solid metal one, it might be 20. But if it's one of those big rubber ones, it's probably only 15 or 10.
It looks like the rubber ones that they sell.
No, it is the rubber one. It's probably only 10 pounds.
They sell it at Walmart, and yeah. Look at the form.
Look at them getting so ripped.
You're not. Well, he's moving his shoulder.
Yeah. There's no definition in those arms at all. It's just flab. He didn't even go all the way up.
I'm pretty sure I have these exact same free weights, and these are 15. But I don't know. I'd have to look at them.
Look at a specific part of my muscle, bro.
Okay, when you do a curl, you're not supposed to move your shoulder. You're only supposed to move your elbow.
Right. Well, yeah, it's your elbow down, and yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way he's monetized, right?
He is not monetized. No, he had a monetized channel. I don't know if you know that lore. How he lost his monetized channel.
Oh.
So back when he could restream, back when he could stream, Shabisky would regularly like restream him and like clown on him while he was streaming. And then one day Jared was like, "Hey, I'm going to get rid of Shabisky. I'm going to stream porn on my channel and get his channel taken down." But he said it out loud. So Shabisky's like, "I'm not going to keep restreaming him." So he like took it off of his screen, and then Jared streamed porn, and his channel got terminated.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's a video of it. It's pretty great. Let me see if I can find it.
Fucking owned.
Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
About his trolls is very funny though. Yeah, there's stuff that's funny, but it's stuff that he doesn't even like consider to be funny. He doesn't, it's because he doesn't think he's a lol cow.
Serious trouble right now. The question is though, do I want to take one for the team? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I am saying?
Let's just say if I brought up some Pornhub right now, ooh, that would not be good for him. Yo, bro. I could get his whole channel taken down right now, homie.
Dude, he's so stupid. Dude. He's so stupid. Listen to him.
Search bar.
What was that?
I said I love how King Cobra JFS is in the search bar.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's like, if I played some Pornhub, I'd really get him in trouble. What the fuck?
Let's just say if I brought up some Pornhub right now, ooh, that would not be good for him. Yo, bro.
And at this point, his channel's name was Alpha Genesis.
I could get his whole channel taken down right now, homie. I would gladly take one for the team for this little punk ass kid. You want to see some Pornhub? I'll do it, bro. Hey, Shabisky, this one's for you, homie. Enjoy this strike.
Is he doing it? Is he really doing it? Is he really showing Pornhub? Dude, I'm not gonna play. Dude, it looks like he is doing it.
All right, Kush, what are you into, bro?
See?
You like gangbangs? What do you like, bro? Yo, how you liking this, Shabisky? We got him.
Yeah.
Bro, we got him. How y'all liking this, bitch?
He's on Pornhub? Dude, I got Jared to go on Pornhub on live stream. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. Wait, I didn't even get him to do it. He got him to do it.
Big Diesel in the chat says when Shab calls you stupid, there's a problem.
It's like somebody said earlier that fucking Jared just trolls himself. He's sitting over there trolling himself, playing porn on his fucking video. Oh my god, dude. No way. That's
person that he does anything for. Like he's doing all of this shit for himself. Like he makes his videos for himself. Like all of this it's just the Jared show in his head.
Yep. It is. But in his mind, he has like all these fans. And he'll be like, yeah, dude, I'm going to do a review for you guys. It's like, who are you talking to? Who wants this? Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, I got to take a piss real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Much.
I just gave your homie a strike. Y'all fucked with the wrong one, kiddos.
Dude, somebody fucking...
I've never heard a real laugh out of Jared. Jared's laugh... He does the hee and he does the you know what I'm saying? And then here he's doing the but it's all fake. It's all fake laughs. By the way, please like the stream. If you could, if you haven't already liked the stream, give us a nice big like.
I'm not gonna unpause it. Here, I'll unpause it by like where you guys can't see it.
Really wanted how long it lasts.
Yeah, he's playing Pornhub right now. There's titties on his screen.
There's titties on his screen
right now. He's so slow. I haven't been watching it all. Dude, this is too good. This is too good. Now watch him come to my stream and see that I haven't been playing it at all.
The little pussy turned it off.
The little pussy turned it off.
Yo, we got him, man.
What? We got him, man? What do you mean you got me, man?
We got him, bro.
What?
That, like, stereotypical porn music makes it hilarious.
So that never happened.
So, yeah, that never happened. YouTube can't see that at all.
But did he get any of it, though? Like, did he get anything?
No, I didn't get any of it, because I'm not a dumbass. You gave me a clear warning ahead of time.
He ain't watching? Oh, did he turn it off? Okay. Little pussy turned it off.
Little pussy.
If some of it was on my stream, unlike him, I wouldn't be streaming anymore. I would immediately ended the stream. His stream got taken down? No way.
Here it is.
The account has been terminated. Oh my god! No, his channel just got fucking terminated. Oh my fucking god, dude. I got Jared Genesis' fucking channel banned. No way. Dude, he was trying to get me taken down. Dude, today is a legendary day. Not only did his stream get taken down, his whole channel terminated. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude.
So wait, can't you get like if your channel's been taken down and then you make a new channel, isn't that ban evasion?
It is, but YouTube doesn't enforce that shit. There's been so many times. It's weird. YouTube almost enables Jared type people like abusing their platform. It's ridiculous.
His content does get passed around, and a lot of people like to watch it and make fun of it. So that's.
I would rather have him be gone. As much as I enjoy clowning on him, I would be perfectly happy if he just went away and never came back. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm gonna make money off of his content. Way more money than he could ever imagine in his wildest dreams off of his own content.
That probably pisses him. Like the amount of money that just everybody generates, not just you, not Shabisky, but like everybody that watches his content. Like that amount of money that gets generated off of just Jared. Like I wonder if he understands how much money that is. And I really hope that makes him just a little bit more salty.
He's really good at like lying to himself. He creates his own reality. So in his mind, it's like, he's the type of guy that will like hit on a girl. And when they're like, get away from me, creep. He's like, well, you're an ugly bitch and I didn't want to talk to you anyway. You know what I mean? Like, so when his channel gets terminated, he's like, yeah, thanks. I was getting tired of YouTube and I didn't want to use it anymore. You guys did me a favor. Like, that's how he is. That's like typical Jared logic. Yeah.
Way.
Yeah, there was another one where Shabisky. Oh, look at that.
Jared Genesis here. So, I understand if I want my channel to grow, then I have to expand myself. You know what I'm saying? And
you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what I am saying? I know what you were saying. You don't have to keep asking. Do you know what I am saying?
you know what I'm saying.
There was another one where Shabisky used to just like let anybody into his live streams, and one day he was like live streaming with a bunch of random people, and one of them called Jared's house, and his dad answered the phone, and they did this like impromptu interview with Jared's dad.
Yo.
Yes. We might as well watch that now too, because since we're like knee deep in all this shit. Let's see.
It's a Jared Lore episode, apparently.
And I feel bad because his dad sounded like a nice guy. But, I mean, obviously his dad permitted a lot of this to go on. And I don't know, from things that have happened and statements Jared's made, it seems like his dad is like, probably has like some dementia issues or something. I don't know. All right, here it comes.
Wait.
It's funny because it's Egghead right there.
Egghead.
Yeah.
Bisky.
Got Egghead making that weird face for the entire video. I love it.
What?
Okay, that's a bit
Do you know who Uwin is?
That's a robot. You in love with a robot?
Uwin? No.
Biscuit's in love with a robot. There you go.
What is that?
Uwin your mom.
Don't be yelling in the mic.
You mom. I just trolled you.
Bad.
I had to mute him because he was annoying.
Why is Tox calling somebody?
I could call up Jared right now.
I'm calling Jared right now.
Hey, Jared. He hates me. I should call him on live stream. I wonder how mad he would get. I wonder.
Dude.
This is for my boy Charles.
Ha! Mother Burrito, thank you. Yeah, this from. It says this from my boy Charles. Definitely. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Big Balls. I appreciate it.
He left to go get more weed, but I'll make sure he knows.
Oh yeah, he better be getting more weed. Have I been a bad boy? Yeah. Dude, why are we calling someone? Who are we calling?
I don't know.
Are we calling McDonald's? Are we prank calling right now?
Jared.
I'm calling Jared.
No, I'm calling Jared. No calling Jared. No, none of that.
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hi. Is Jared in?
No, not right now. Can I take a message?
That's Jared's dad.
Tell him, his best friend Toxic James called, and
Okay.
yeah, tell him that Toxic James called, and that him calling the FBI on me is pretty useless, because I'm based in the UK and he's based in the US, and that he's a dumbass. Yeah, and I feel bad for you, by the way. Yeah, he's a dumbass. Yeah. By any chance, are you related to your wife?
Are you related to your wife?
Out of curiosity.
Why are you asking the question? Am
No,
I
I'm just-
related to my wife?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
No, I'm not related to my wife. Other than we're married.
Oh no, I'm like, are you brother and sister or something like that, or cousins, or...
I'm fucking dying right now.
I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong. You see, I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with Jared. See, I'm not sure if you know, but the reason why all this stuff has been happening to you, that is Jared is basically being confirmed as a child predator, and that's the reason why these things keep happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
I'm not sure.
Shabs, I really hope you're
just found that out.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, we just found that out.
Yeah, we know all about it.
So, what is it that you're gonna do? I mean, there's pictures of him exposing himself to what he thought was minors, which is a serious issue.
Yeah, Yeah, we're looking to get him some help.
That never happened.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. But he is homebound, so he doesn't. You know, he just him in his room and a computer. That's you know.
The computer is the problem.
That's the issue right there. Well, that's the problem. I mean, he needs to be watched.
He does have some issues, and we're going to take care of him. Yeah, so you know, he has parents who care about him, and we're going to take care of him.
Take care of him like a family dog.
I monitor him all the time, and I hear what he's saying, and yeah, he just.
Yeah, like you need to like watch his internet privileges because he is threatening people on the internet and he's doing all sorts of bad things. He's making a lot of enemies out there. And I just basically feel bad for you and your wife because like all the stuff that is constantly happening with like the pizzas and the hookers, the escorts and stuff, and the police keep constantly turning up at your house. If anything, I feel bad for you and your wife, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
I don't feel bad for Jared.
I know. I'm getting to know the police pretty well over here now.
I'm getting to know the police pretty well over here.
Not a good thing.
They're
I'm
good
afraid.
people, though. They're good people. They're really nice people.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, at least they didn't kick your door down and stuff.
They're really concerned about us, and they're looking out after us.
Well, yeah, that's the issue. So, I mean, you need to like really be careful with like what he's doing because like he is making a lot of videos about people, and he's like, you know, he's making threats to people. One of the people that he threatened was me.
With his shotgun. With his dad's shotgun.
Yeah, and he's threatening people with his shotgun, and you know.
Yeah, with his shotgun.
I told him. I heard that, and I talked to him about that.
The talking doesn't work. The talking to him does not appear to work.
He just got angry and he says things. He's just talking. You know, he's just talking. I mean, he just, you know, he's not gonna react on any of this. It's just all talk. I just want you to know that up front. It's all talk. So.
Well, I kind of knew that, to be honest.
Yeah, but, that's all it is.
But it's
all that it is. That's what it is, but it's not all that it is.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of justification and rationalization here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people who make excuses for people in this country that need professional help, and they don't get the professional help they need. And like, hopefully in Jared's case, nothing ever happens. But if something does, like, there is all of this evidence that something should have been done prior to anything being able to happen. Not just the being a PDF file and stuff like that, but like being abusive to his parents and the like severe narcissism and like I don't know, man. I don't know. Like being a 40-year-old that still lives at home and eats fucking chicken marrow off of a bowl that he just sneezed into, like.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was like yesterday. So
because he doxed. Well, he attempted to dox me, which is basically get my public information and my friend's public information. Both of them were incorrect, by the way, but he did threaten us and stuff. And you know, because he's been posting people's addresses on his YouTube channel. That's the reason why his YouTube channel keeps getting taken down. Is because the fact that some of the stuff that he's doing is against the terms of service of YouTube. And that's the reason why he got banned. One of the reasons why YouTube got banned was the guy that's actually in the chat right now with me, called Shabisky. You may hear that name. He tried to basically get him banned by showing porn on his YouTube. But he was actually dumb enough to actually warn Shabisky about doing it. And end up instead getting his own YouTube banned. I mean, I don't know really what's wrong with him. But I really hope that you do find him the help.
He says he's trying to do good here on this. And he says, Dad, I'm going to give it one more month, and if I can't get any better, I'm just going to quit it.
That never, no. He was forced off.
He must have gotten better.
No, yeah, he got worse.
You know, he just enjoys doing this so much, he just has trouble controlling his temper.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah, he really does. And, you know,
Did ask him if he knows that he said he'd be okay with having a relationship with an 8-year-old.
Oh yeah, there was a video about that.
I know,
not sure if you know about that.
We were shocked when we found that out.
We were shocked when we found that out.
We were shocked. but that was all that we were.
Right.
Could not believe it. I knew him all my life, and I just didn't think that he thought like that. But
I mean, there's even images of where he was talking to people, and these people were actually grown adults, and they were basically pretending to be teenagers.
Right.
And
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, he basically exposed himself to them, and there's a lot of pictures on the internet of him, basically his naked photos, basically where he's showing his, private areas, which is which is very disturbing, by the way.
They call them.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, it's very disturbing.
Yes, but think about how the parents felt when we found out about that.
Think about how we felt. Are you fucking kidding me? Think about how we felt. Did you feel like maybe you fucking failed society and not raising your kid?
Right.
Did you think that, like, hey, maybe my kid's a predator and he's going to hurt somebody someday and it's my responsibility to fucking do something about it? Jesus.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah, truthfully, I didn't know whether you knew or not. So I just thought, I'll give you guys a courtesy call, basically, and just, like, be the guy that actually will tell you what the hell is going on and the reason why this is all happening. The reason, the way it started was he made that first initial videos about him having a physical relationship with an 8-year-old or whatever, and then it was reported by a big YouTuber called DJ Keane Star.
Over the internet?
Yeah.
A relationship over the internet?
Yeah, and then...
That's the only relationship that we'll have is over the internet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was only on the internet.
Oh, well, he's only committing crimes over the internet, so it doesn't really count, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not to be anything in person.
Obviously, he has intentions to get physical if it begins that way, But,
but I just want you guys to understand that we're fully aware of everything he's doing, and we are going to get him some help.
Good, you're culpable then.
And this is probably 2019 here. So, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, that's awesome to hear. I really hope.
So it didn't happen.
I'm sorry for anything he's caused, y'all. I know it's got to be disturbing to hear stuff like that, but he's got 2 parents who love him and care for him, and we're going to see what we can do to help with this guy out, because basically he is a good guy. I wish you could see him when he's not on the internet. He's totally different than when he's on the internet. Totally different. He's laid back.
Yeah, it's the internet's fault.
The way he gets
Wait, didn't Ashton Kutcher and what's her face? Didn't they get in trouble for saying how great some guy was? They're like, no.
They did a character statement at Danny Masterson's sentencing.
Hey, Danny Masterson, right? Danny Masterson. When he's not raping people, he's such a great guy.
Yeah.
Internet. He's just a totally different person.
Change the Wi-Fi password. Deny him access to the internet. Your experience.
Sometimes it shows, but other times he drifts off to something else.
Yeah, I mean,
that is something to consider. Like, if he is talking to children and stuff like that, maybe access to the internet is a bad thing. Just an idea.
Yeah. That's what we're going to work on the most.
That's what we're going to work on the most.
Priorities. Get to the bottom of what's causing all this. That kind of reaction.
Yeah, because there was even a chat between him and a friend of mine where he basically said that he actually goes on Google, searches up for young girls in bathing suits, and then he obviously,
Now, did Jared actually hit his mom or fight you physically?
No.
He said that he hit his mom and stuff.
With us, no. He just mainly might lose his temper, but that's as far as it ever goes.
So you guys haven't fought at all physically?
No, never.
Huh?
No, he won't do that. He gets upset and he'll say some things, but that's all it is, just talk. But I'd just like to be able to fix that too, to where we can just have a discussion and not have to raise your voice.
You need a mediator.
And settle it that way.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I'm more than willing to keep tabs on him and stuff, because at the moment that's what I'm doing. I'm basically keeping tabs on him, and he hates me for it.
Yeah. Hey, if you can give me a call if there's something you're seeing that maybe I hadn't seen, I'd appreciate you giving me a call.
Yeah.
It was awesome talking to you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll just yeah.
What was that?
Do they still keep in touch?
No, I don't know. Like, no, this is the only interview with Jared's dad or like contact with Jared's dad that I'm aware of. I tried to call Jared's dad one night, but I didn't get through. Like, I left a message.
Yeah. So yeah, if there's anything that that he's doing that isn't quite right, I'll just let you know. I'll just call you up and I'm like, hey, it's James again. He hates my guts though, because of the stuff like he blames me for a lot of the stuff that's happening to him. For some reason, he's got in his head that I'm the one doing all these bad things to him. But I've been in his YouTube channel only just to watch what he's doing. I've been gathering information and screenshots and all sorts. If you have an email address, I could probably forward you a lot of the stuff that he's done. And you're going to be shocked. And I don't want to be that guy to basically go to someone's parent and grass them up and stuff. But, it's one of them things. Like, I don't want to be that guy. But it might come to that point where I might have to just, send you some emails and stuff or whatever, just to basically keep you in contact with, like, what the heck is going on. Because some of the stuff he's doing is absolutely outrageous. And for some reason, every time something happens to you guys, like pizzas or police or whatever, I'm the one getting blamed for it.
Can I ask a question? Why is he homebound? Is he disabled?
Yes.
So there's his dad saying he is disabled, but why he doesn't get into those details.
Does he have like a head injury or is it anger problems or something?
Head injury, anger problems.
I'm not going to, but I just want to know that we are going to take care of it. So, but,
okay.
We do care about it. We know what's happening. We're aware of what's being said, and that we want to help him. And I think we'll be able to.
Well, just so you know, I didn't know this was going to happen here. I didn't know you were going to come on like this, be called. So
that's basically that. I'm going to do a bathroom break now, so I'll put you full screen and you can talk to the people. I'll be right back.
Man, that's a big full screen. How are we doing, everybody? So, if you didn't catch the beginning, I'm Cousin Matt. I'm your cousin. I'm their cousin. I'm everybody. I'm Ben's cousin. I'm Jeff's cousin. So just the internet's cousin Matt. So I can be your cousin too. I do a news show with Jeff in the mornings called Nightly News This Morning on Jeff's main channel. You can check out our videos there. And so sound like Jeff. That's what Ben said. Somebody said. I don't know. I don't know why. It's not. I don't know. It's weird. I knew I sounded familiar. Well, I'm in Jeff's studio. Maybe that's why. I'm coming through Jeff's microphone. It's probably some effect that he does. I have no idea. It's something. So, but yeah, are you actually Jeff? I'm Jeff. I just put a beard on and some glasses. I'm put some gray in my hair. I'm totally Jeff. Like, kind of the same. But yeah, so Nightly News This Morning and some other stuff too. We do movie reviews on his other channel. Star Trek stuff. I don't know. So I've met Cobes. That was pretty cool. I was actually going to say when we were watching Jared, like you can tell a huge difference between Jared and Cobes because people actually go to Cobes' house. People want to hang out with Cobes. Nobody wants to fucking hang out with Jared, man. Like nobody's going to Texas to hang out with Jared the pedophile Genesis. So, just kidding. Ben was correct. You sound like Jeff because you're near him. Maybe. I assumed that I sounded like this before I met Jeff, but who knows? So I don't know. Maybe some crew wants to get together. Somebody wants to get together with a video camera and a bunch of equipment and shit and go out to Texas and make a documentary about Jared Genesis' life. sit down and interview his dad, like your favorite son did with the Clinter view. So, holiday osmosis. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it, though. I think Jared's a big creep. I think Jessica's a
Cousin
big creep.
Matt. Well, good sir. When you see Mr. Holiday, tell him Monterey 5 says hello there good looking in a non-homoerotica way. Say it in a very macho alpha straight way. Please.
I will. I will absolutely tell him when he gets home tonight.
You gotta make it sound like in a Macho Man Randy Savage way, like, oh yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother. Love the news streams you and Jeff have been doing. Awesome. Thanks, random guy. Like, you are somebody who, like, I know, because, like, every time that I've ever done anything with Jeff, you've typically been there. So, the normals like you guys are pretty awesome. So
yeah, the random guys in our chat a lot too. So he's an OG.
Yeah.
All right. Jessica is actually streaming right now. Do you want to see how she's doing?
I mean, we might as well. Like, usually when I'm watching DP and Jessica comes on, like, that's typically the point, especially if my girlfriend's around, that I'm like, okay, I can't do this anymore. Like, that's my breaking point. But tonight's a little bit different. I'm on the camera, so.
Looks like she... Let's see. She might actually be crying. Let's see. Let's see. Or maybe she's just wiping her nose. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
I would do the 150 for 10.
Yeah, she cut her hair. Her
Why is that on the floor? Pick that up before you step on it and break it. Oh my god.
You know, this is the first time in a long time that valuation comes into Shark Tank that's real.
Well, we understand the value that
That thing, I don't have the sucking power to fucking.
Oh! She doesn't have
cat food stinks.
Being the best.
Damn. Like that one is like
She doesn't have the sucking power.
extremely fucking fishy.
Nasty and loose Jessica Boyle.
God, I just got like a whiff.
So you remember that, like, Momo character that was real popular a few years back? Like, that's what her face is starting to look like.
Yeah, I can kind of see it.
Especially in this light, man.
She disappeared for a while. She hadn't been doing much lately.
You know, I gotta say, as far as like internet adjacent people, like lol cow girlfriends and things like that go, I would have traded Mama JF for Jessica any day.
Oh yeah.
I wish that Mama JF, like, if one of them had to have been sacrificed, like, all I'm saying is I wish Mama JF was still with us.
Me too. I don't think much. She's just kind of like sitting in the dark and listening to videos. It's so weird how she does that. Like, she doesn't react to the videos. She just plays them, and you can't see the video. You just hear the audio. It's weird how she's addicted to streaming.
Does she even respond to anybody in her chats or anything? Like, is there any interaction?
When there is, she's like freaking out on them and like calling them demogorgons. And
It's called they're talking, Lori. They're allowed to talk. And they're mumbling because they don't want you to hear them.
What?
So have some respect.
Chat, I don't know.
Yeah. So this is what's going on in Jessica world right now. There's not really too much to be.
It's always going on in Jessica world.
I do have a video that somebody put out. Jessica Messica put this out, where it was like, oh, what's Nal been doing? Because she wasn't on YouTube for a while, and people thought she might have went back to Casper. I even warned Josh about it. I was like, if she shows up, do not let her back in.
Yeah. Jesus, that would have been bad.
Yeah, nasty and loose Jessica Boyle. But I guess this is... She's a handsome woman.
That's him.
I guess it's her Instagram. Oh yeah. She responded to Aaron's passing.
Yep.
So
and the people involved in the TSI are now down to 2.
Whew, the titty sucking incident. The TSI. I like that. What is this content? Who is this for?
Random guy. It came out a couple days ago that apparently Aaron Minecraft himself in Minecraft and also in real life, but rip Aaron the Nazi.
Yeah, he was a Nazi, wasn't he?
Yeah, like I mean, it's sad, I guess, to some degree. I did message Cobes and I told him, hey man, I'm sorry you lost your friend. Like that's happened to me before. I lost a buddy. Like I know that sucks.
They had like a friend breakup though, didn't they? After the titty sucking incident, right?
I don't even I don't pay a whole lot of attention to, but I mean they were still homies at a certain point. So rip homeboy Aaron, rip homeboy Scotty, rip Puff.
Oh damn it!
Did she have diabetes? It looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Is she in a gang? She has like one tube sock pulled up all the way?
Well, those shorts scream gang all day.
Let's push for 60%, people. If you're out there, you want to help support the stream, send us a couple bucks. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Let's get to 60%. We're at 53.07%. We're so close. Let's keep it moving.
Make sure you give the stream a like, and if you think that Jessica's a sicko, throw a couple bucks our way.
Thank you.
Yeah. That poor fucking cat, man.
Is she naked? What is going on here?
It looks like the bathroom. Isn't that like her bathtub or something?
Well, lucky for us, her titties hang down so low that we can't see them. Even if she moved her arms, we wouldn't be able to see anything. So, yeah.
Oh, he's lovable, but you gotta learn how to love him in a nice way. He doesn't like your little antics you do. He's an old man.
I'm like, there's an 8-bit Muhammad Ali jumping rope on the left. I don't get that symbolism, but okay. Yeah, I don't know.
An old man, you gotta be nice.
I think about oh man, that was close.
Yes.
I think about how much like water and power cost here in the Pacific Northwest, and like how we have to pay for all of that stuff. Yep. And I hear the water in the background running, and I know that she takes these like long baths and shit, and I wonder how much their power and water bill must be.
It must be insane, because it's like, it's not just a long bath to me is like 2 hours. She'll do like an 8-hour, 10-hour bath or shower. That's insane.
And you hear that thing just running in the background. Like, how does their water even stay warm that long? Jesus.
I don't know. Maybe they have a tankless water heater. I don't know.
They're paying much power to just heat her stupid baths for 8 hours.
Yeah, because if you have a tankless water heater, you never run out of hot water because it heats it as it passes through. So maybe they have that. I don't know. Or she just likes cold baths. I don't know.
Okay. Look at her. Acting like she's so scared when she's a demon. Oh, you stop it. Stop it, cutie cuties. Hi, baby. I smell coffee. Yum. I wish I could drink coffee. I miss coffee.
Why can't you drink it?
Oh, God, it smells so good.
Why can't she drink coffee?
Prayers for I know California's pretty big and long. That's what she said.
Jared does that's what she said jokes all the time.
I'm telling you, they're perfect for each other. 100% perfect for each other. Like, Jared should move to Virginia and move in with Nal in her house, her parents' house, and they should all just live together.
There'd be a titty-sucking incident every day.
Whatever area is it affected in California, I am praying for you. It's very sad. Also, it's all very deliberate.
What?
If you don't believe me, do your own I'm not.
Oh, she's doing a do your own research.
That's a pretty hot fucking take to make and then just go, oh, but you need to do your own research. It's real. It was on purpose. Just you go look it up. You don't believe me? Fuck you.
Convince. You need to do your own research. Thank you. I feel bad. I have been up freaking almost.
Her nose
all
looks
night
crazy.
for no reason other than, well,
other than you're a Demogorgon.
And trying to regulate getting back to, I don't know, but now I've literally been up all night and it's like 7, almost 30 in the fucking morning.
Hey, you got nothing to do.
Definitely not doing drugs to keep. That's for sure.
Bros?
It's crazy. So I saw a photo of Jessica when she was like in her 20s and she had blonde hair and she was not bad looking.
Sure.
How did she hit the wall so hard? Like what caused the wall hit?
I would assume, like, with the way that she looks and the way that she acts, man, like, a lot of drug use.
It must
like,
be.
She.
But how does she have, like, the boobs of, like, a woman who's had, like, multiple children that they've, like, nursed? You know what I mean? Like, why does she have, like, the boobs of, like, a 70, 80-year-old woman?
So I knew a girl one time who used to do drugs, and it really felt like she had loose skin. Ooh. Like, that was the best way to describe her. It was like, it felt like her skin was really loose. Weird. And I think that might be like a condition of, like, long-term drug use, possibly. So
maybe
I could be wrong, but, like, that's just, when I see her, that's what the vibe that I get from her. So.
I see. Okay.
I can't do smoke rings when the wind is right up my face.
The wind?
My head?
You're outside. Or inside, rather.
I know my makeup looks the way it does. I did that on purpose.
I meant to do that. See, that's another Jared thing.
Fucked up on purpose. Man, yep. Okay, so with going back to the Jared parallels here, okay? Like, if Nal or Jared either see this, I'm going to make a plea to you guys here, just because, like, I think it would make for the most content, okay?
Yes.
You guys could get together. You guys would be fucking infamous, all right? Like, and if you found a way to not be completely regarded, like highly regarded, you could find a sort of way to monetize your shit.
Yes.
Okay.
My only requirement of this is that Nal gets her tubes tied before this happens, because they must not reproduce.
You know what, dude? Okay, listen. She's what, 40 now?
She's
I don't
still she's probably still putting eggs out.
Okay. Probably.
Yeah.
But again, with the, like, let's not presume the drug use, because if we were to presume the drug use, we would say that the likelihood of child conception is probably even less. But we don't want to presume that she's been using drugs the majority of her adult life. That would be presumptuous.
You remember she showed all of her vitamins, and there was a prenatal vitamin in there.
Yeah, I do remember.
And that's when Cobes was blowing his load into her, like
she was really hoping to get some of that King Cobra JFS money.
Yep. He was her retirement plan.
I don't think that she ever found his treasure.
Yeah, his hidden gold.
Money he hides from her.
His shekels.
I don't like either one. This one needs to maybe go a little bit more in, and obviously that one's not done. But that one needs like a little bit more.
Sexy goth bad girl.
Pretty eyes. Why can't I be pretty?
Oh, is she gonna go? She's gonna devolve into her like, I know I'm ugly. The craziest thing she repeats a lot is she gets mad at her mother for like giving birth to her. I never asked you to give birth to me, bitch. She'll do that.
We all feel the same way, Jessica.
Right.
So.
Way that I want to be. Anyways. Yep. I know what I fucking look like. I have a mirror. Thank you. It's just someone bought me some makeup in like 2023 and some brushes, so I just wanted it. Anyways, I love how I'm just now getting tired. My lower back has been hurting. My hips. Like, seriously, like, sometimes it's been so hard for me to get up. I don't know. I need to go to bed, though. I don't have all...
Oh, she's doing the I'm about to go to bed.
Up here anymore.
Yep.
That's about all. That's about all I have to say, bro. Now I'm gonna talk for 20 more minutes.
I'm Baby Kitty because Baby Kitty was bothering my Ollie, and Ollie's a sensitive man who ran up here because of her, and she had to come up, and then he wasn't, and so I don't have any cats up here. I wish I did. That's what you get.
So if someone was willing to convince Jessica to sleep with Jared, and that same person was willing to convince Jared to get a vasectomy before he was willing to pay to go through with it, I feel like it would be a win-win to get, like, Jared's shit cut off. I mean, not cut off.
Snipped.
Like,
yeah.
His ability to procreate.
Yes. His vas deferens. Get it snipped.
I mean, think about the hundreds of dollars people spent flying Jessica back and forth to fucking Casper and like the hotels and shit like that. Like, trolls, just direct your efforts towards getting those two fixed before you pay to get those two together.
Yeah, I cannot even begin to get inside the head of the people who like paid to fly her out there. Like, I watched the content and it was okay, like, but I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. And then the guy who like, he was like on the, he like made sure he was on the same plane too, and she didn't know it.
Yeah, so weird. Taking pictures of her and shit in the airport.
That is weird. Like,
yeah. Well, so Josh told me something about like them having to, I don't know if it was while she was there, but like them having to talk to the FBI, like in regards to something that was going on with this shit. Like,
yeah, and I'm wondering if it was really the FBI or just someone who was like posing or something.
Or if it was Jessica saying, I had to talk to the FBI, and like saying that to Josh, and then, you know, I don't know.
Why does the FBI care? Like, I mean, the FBI doesn't normally get involved in shit unless there's a good reason.
Well, if it's stalking in an airport, airports are federally regulated, so I could see like an FBI agent doing an investigation if she was like complaining about somebody following her through an airport or something like that. And that's really the only logical way. And I do remember that they were saying shit about that when she was flying. I don't remember if it was the first or the second time.
She's such a lunatic. I love her though, but she's crazy. Yeah, January 8th is a lot of people's birthday. I forgot it was Elvis's birthday, Jenny Lewis's birthday.
Yeah,
my
Elvis
mom's
did have his 90th birthday a couple days ago.
birthday, David Bowie's birthday. But yeah, Jenny Lewis. Red Bull and Hennessy. Yeah, whatever the lyrics are.
That's what I was gonna say. Super.
Look how beautiful.
So, hear about like back when everybody was trying to figure out how old Jessica was. Like there was a conspiracy that like she was lying about her age and that she's really like in her mid 40s or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't believe that because I've done my own research, but it's funny because she does look older than she is.
Yeah, but and then like you look at the past pictures of her because like she and I are technically, I guess, the same age. If she is 40, I'm 40, and so you see pictures of her when she was younger and like at a comparable age, and I'm like, okay, that looks like, you know, like the similar kind of pictures that were taken when I was that same age.
Yeah.
So more than likely, probably, yeah.
Yeah. It's believable. She just aged poorly. I mean, like Cobra didn't age very well either. You know, like so.
If you're going off of how she looks, like especially right here, she looks like she's 65.
She's got like
it is a goal.
Yeah, she's got some melons and tube socks, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
That hit burn my
Or like
eyeball.
Miss 26.
Anyways, I'm going to bed.
I'm going to bed again.
Weed at 1.
Jessica, I'm going to bed too.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm up. Like, I don't want to be up. Like, I don't know. I just...
So lay the fuck down.
And it doesn't help that my neck hurts and the top half of my back hurts. And if I, like, move any type of wrong way, it'll, like, obviously pull. Just if it's not one thing, it's... And yeah, I've been up all night for no fucking reason. At all.
I mean, there's no reason to anything she does, really. You know, like, she just does whatever she does.
Right.
It's pretty cushy. She's a hoarder, too. That's another thing I've noticed about a lot of lolcows, is that a lot of them are hoarders.
Well, and sometimes you can't differentiate between is it them being a hoarder, is it their parents being a hoarder, are their parents hoarders, and so that led to them being hoarders. But that's typically lolcow behavior for sure.
Yeah, I think Jared's parents are also hoarders, but Jared hoards like more like garbage and shit. Obviously, Chris Chan, you know, is a hoarder, and Chris Chan's parents were hoarders too. So yeah, it is very common.
So I'm gonna go to bed now. That means I need to actually... Oh, now it's going to the opposite side of my neck. Oh.
Hold on just a second.
Like,
all right.
I couldn't even...
Supergirl's boyfriend asked, what does Cobes hoard? So I want to say, like, atypical to, like, all of this other lolcow behavior, Cobes doesn't hoard anything.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Like, his normal.
Yeah.
You walk in and it looks like just a normal average dude's house.
Yeah, this is someone who's actually been in Cobra's last apartment. So
yeah, and people like I've been in his trailer too.
Oh, have you?
The last time that I was in Casper, we hung out and we went to a bar and he wanted me to meet him out, you know, somewhere. He didn't want to like, you know, give out his location or anything. But then like at the end of the night, he just had me take him back home and drop him off at his place. But like, and I remember like before like the first time that I went there or anything, everybody was like, "Oh, I bet it smells terrible in that place." It doesn't. It like Cobes his place looks and smells like a normal dude's house.
I would think it smells like cigarettes, if anything. Like if it's stinky at all, like
the apartment, he didn't. I never saw him smoking it at all.
Okay.
And it didn't smell like cigarettes to me at all. So I don't know about the trailer, but like because I didn't really go in. Like I walked into like the foyer or like the front area, but that was pretty much it. I didn't get like a tour or anything. I was just dropping him off.
I see.
Even lay down, and doesn't matter how many pillows I have. Although, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter how many pillows I have, none of them are helping. And now it's gone to the opposite side of my neck. So I had to quit laying down. And that's why I guess I've been up since 7:36. Is because no matter which way I laid and which way I put the pillow to try and like... I need I need one of those Casper, and no, that's literally just what it's called. And they've been called that, and I know about that way before Josh. I need one of those Casper pillows.
Oh, from like Casper mattress? That's interesting. She's just obsessed with Casper.
Yeah, I've never heard of a Casper pillow.
I have them like years and years ago, like almost 10 years ago. Drunken Peasants had a sponsorship from Casper mattress, and I got a free like king size mattress out of it, and then some pillows. It's good. It's one of those mattresses that like comes in a box, and you're like, how the fuck do they fit a king size mattress in this?
And then like it extends as soon as you cut the wrap off of it. It just like grows 3 times its size.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm finally getting tired and.
Oh, just now?
Yeah. So good luck driving like dreams that they're visually on the tip of my brain, like as words would be. Like you're trying to think. It's like I can see. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but I've been having fucking dreams. Whatever. I don't know. I just know that I am tired now, and I would like to be able to go to sleep.
So lay down.
Yeah.
That's the first step. Like turn off the stream and lay down.
That's honestly why I've been up, because I was trying to go, and it didn't matter which way I laid.
This video on the right of her kicking. I don't know what she's doing there. It's so funny though. I keep watching it. I'm like, this weird kick.
You seen the fishnets and the fishnets and the fishnets?
What is that?
So okay, when she was in Casper, I can't remember if it was the first or the second time, but like apparently she went out to do something, and Josh started cranking it to an OnlyFans girl.
Oh yeah.
And she walked in on him, and apparently the girl was wearing fishnets or something, and so like she starts aggressively cleaning his apartment as she's going live, and at one time she's like, she's in the kitchen and she's cleaning the kitchen and shit, and she starts bitching about like what actually happened, and she's like, in the fishnets.
That should be remixed.
I think it has been, honestly.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm looking for it. I don't know.
I like how Cobra just didn't give a shit. Like, yeah, I'm going to keep jerking. I know she's back, but I'm just going to keep jerking off because, like, whatever.
This routine, man.
Neck and my back, even when I was in the bathtub, it hurt because my... I just felt like it wanted to split in part, and we had sushi, and sushi freaking knocks me out, like it's the rice. It knocks me out dead tired, and I don't know. I am just so freaking... So, yeah. And my hips hurt, like... I took everything off my white shelf, and I'm trying to, like, organize and rearrange. It's not even that. I have a vision for what I want to do.
Night gargle visions?
For organization.
Night gargle visions.
gargle visions. Anyway.
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. A burlap sap.
Then I'm in so much pain. I'm like, hopefully I can get that.
All right, so I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but it looks like it's a remix of her saying it.
Okay, I'll grab it here.
Random guy, don't forget like answering the phones for the Men in Black when you were 8 years old. 8 years old.
When I was about 8 years old.
I never thought in my life I'd buy clogs from Crocs.
She got some croc clogs? Some croc
There's
clogs.
no place like home. There's. Oh wait, that's ruby red, not emerald.
Waka waka.
So for the last meme I posted, and yes, I call him.
Did she say Mimi?
Dude, I don't know, man.
Did she just call a meme a Mimi?
Oh, is that what she said? A Mimi?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. We got to hear this.
She called GIFs. GIFs.
GIFs? Like peanut butter?
So for the last meme I posted, and yes.
For the last meme I posted.
Yes. The last meme.
Mimi.
I call them memes. I wonder if anyone else calls them memes.
Nope. I heard a Canadian guy call them a mem before, which was very weird.
I call them memes. Meme.
Everyone gets so mad when I call them memes, but
I'm not mad. I'm laughing.
I've been calling them that since forever. So
We
it'll
just think
never
you're stupid.
Right.
stop. But I remember this one time, me and my so-called friend that's whatever. Anyways, we went to the Taco Bell drive-through, and he was the one driving, and just for like straight 5 minutes, he was like, "Can I get a?" And I was dying laughing. It was one of the best laughs.
I wonder if she's talking about Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal?
Her co-star in the Best Cams video.
Oh God. No.
Whatever. He just kind of get over.
We did a private show where we watched both Jessica and
Annie's to see who was worse.
Yes. Yeah, they're adult films.
What did the outcome end up being?
I can't remember right now.
They both made you want to bleach your eyes.
I had to the people who watched the live version of it actually saw what we were watching, but then I put up an edited version of it for the VOD. So, yeah.
When you guys were watching it, did you put like a pixelated screen over it or anything like that?
No. When we watched it live, everyone saw.
Just watched it. Oh.
Yes.
Like I did watch it when it first came out, and it was funny because like around the same time that I saw it, like I heard her refer to like some other girl's pockmarked pussy, and I was like, I've never heard that before. And then I saw her Best Cams video, and I was like, oh, that's why she's saying that.
over and over, and I just not that I need to explain.
Yeah, in the voting, yep.
Shit to you, but I just love thinking about that every now and then because it's so funny. I swear the employees had to have been annoyed. Can I get a... Actually, Taco Bell sounds super good right now.
It never sounds good to me.
Two
Yeah, I'm just not a fan.
chicken chalupa supremes.
Like, it's edible. I guess maybe if I'm like super wasted, maybe I would.
I was gonna say if you're drunk, like that's the only time that I can ever think of Taco Bell sounding appealing to me is if I'm. Otherwise, I'm like, I would rather have some real Mexican food, and there are so many food carts and like 24-hour Mexican places around here that there is absolutely no reason to go to.
Yeah, there's a 24-hour Mexican place in Bellevue, like not too far away, and it's like real Mexican. Like all the people that work there speak Spanish to each other, and it's good as fuck. And they have a salsa bar with all these different types of salsa that you can just like scoop and like put on your tacos or whatever you get. It's beautiful.
A quesadilla and some cheesy fiesta potato or whatever they're called. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video that you sent me. This is exactly what I was picturing in my head. Oh, Zoloft sucks, so there's like a magical wall that prevents people from Mexico from moving to Washington and making good Mexican food here. You're insane. You're insane.
Yeah, no, they're like I've
been to Mexico and I lived in New Mexico, so I know what real Mexican food tastes like, and the shit I'm eating at this place, definitely good, definitely real.
I don't think that there's anywhere in like the western states that I've been that doesn't have good Mexican food, because like Mexican people have been moving here for a long time, and like a lot of them are established and have restaurants, and that's been like their whole business here for years and years and years. So yeah, you're wrong objectively.
Oh, but, it's a troll. Look at the see. They do this. They're like, oh, I got attention. Now I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna double down again. Well, you just haven't had good stuff. Okay, thanks, dipshit. I've never eaten at Azteca, dipshit.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
I've never eaten Taco John's either. No, I don't go to those gringo establishments.
I had a Taco John's when I was in, I think like, I don't know, maybe Illinois or somewhere on the Route 66 tour that we were doing. It was not good. It was not good at all.
What was it?
It was like Taco John's?
Huh, I thought Taco John's was a Seattle thing.
No, you know what? It's a Wyoming, Colorado thing now that I think about it. Yeah. And
you know what? I'm thinking Taco Time. Taco Time is a Seattle thing. Taco John's is Taco Time is like local here. I've never eaten it, but it's like the Seattle like fast food Mexican place. And then Taco John's. We do have Taco John's in Washington. I've never eaten there either. I like to try to eat at places that are like Mexicans work there and run it and cook all the food. When I look for Mexican food is usually what I want. I don't know.
When we're on tour, we usually stop at restaurants and like the whole group eats at a restaurant together. But we were going through a town, and I want to say that we were in Montana on like the Wild Wild West tour, something like that. And I saw Taco John's, and I remember maybe like Cobes or somebody mentioning Taco John's. And I was like, oh, hey, I want to eat at Taco John's. And he's like, oh, why would you want to eat there? Like, we're going to this good restaurant. I was like, well, you know, I've never been there. I want to check it out. It was mediocre. It was a step above Taco Bell, but it's basically kind of the same thing.
When I lived in Albuquerque, they had like, you know, some of the best Mexican food I've ever had. And with their own spin on it. They call it New Mexican food. It's like, obviously it's not exactly the same. But then I was really disappointed when Chipotle came to town and there was like a line going down the block. I'm like, you guys know what a good burrito is, and you're lining up to eat at Chipotle. They gave into the hype. Anyway.
Good 24-hour places around here. We've got a place there. I can't remember if they're still around, but it was called Muchas Gracias, and then there's another one called Oscars. And like for 24-hour like fast food Mexican food, like those places are legit.
Yeah.
No, that's not how it works. No, that's not how it works.
They should play this at the club.
Right?
What did I do? Ooh, let's see. Let's do. This is some classic Shanny content. Do you ever follow Shanny at all?
Only like through Jeff and being aware of her and stuff. Like I've seen you guys like watch her and stuff on the show. I'm not like super into her. I don't like follow her content or anything like that. But
have you seen?
I do know.
Have you seen the one where they got stuck on the train tracks? Because that's my favorite one ever. Okay,
that one's a classic. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is an old one. Let's see how far we can get into this. It's Gman.
Oh boy! Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir.
He can never just say "Welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries." He always has to say Preaching to the Choir Ministries."
Oh boy! Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. I know I said I'm not making another video today, but I just woke up and
G-Man is still around, but this is an older video. I found this uploaded somewhere, and this is from a few years ago when him and Shanny had they butted heads really hard, and then G-Man stole their house.
Yeah, I heard about that. I was gonna say, didn't they like all live together at one point or something like that?
So G-Man, they lost all their money and had to move back to Pennsylvania, and they had this house that they just abandoned there when they moved to Colorado. So they came back and they were letting G-Man live in it while they were out of town. G-Man had to break into it.
Food is why I love Tucson.
Yeah, oh yeah, Tucson. Frederico's in Arizona is very good. Frederico's. We had some in Albuquerque too. It's like a Southwest chain. I think it's in Tucson. It's definitely in Phoenix. But yeah, so they consented to G-Man breaking into their abandoned house, and G-Man was living there, and they were having some serious debt issues when they got back. Like they were going to start losing shit. And so in order to keep their house, they came up with this idea to sell the house to G-Man for $1.
Right.
And they signed the deed over to G-Man, and G-Man just kept it, and then he sold it later on.
When I heard about that, do you know what it reminded me of?
What?
When what was his name? Not fucking Joe Exotic. When Joe Exotic kept giving his fucking wildlife sanctuary to people, and then it got jacked from him.
Yep, it did.
Shanny, for Christ, made 3 different videos a minute ago. I just checked.
I want to see when
one of them is "You're Threatening Me Now." The other one is "Rev Speaks for Shanny."
She straight up called G-Man the N-word a bunch of times. I do have that's why I have this Shanny intro that I usually play right here.
He has done a lot of things to me. So no, I don't regret calling him that word. Because any man, I don't care what skin color you are, any person who tries to steal your house and your home is a fucking...
So there's that.
Oh boy. Get that woman some Ozempic.
G-Man... Yeah. The last time we had G-Man on, he said shit that was... It was several years ago. He said some shit that was so disgusting, we just never had him on again. He said something like if he was dating a girl and he found out she was trans, he'd murder her. And we're like, whoa, that's very extreme, G-Man. So, yeah, we... G-Man hadn't been on again after that.
And the other one is I got the receipts, and she's talking about $200 and some other money that she sent for me and whatnot. I didn't want to do this publicly, so I'm gonna prove that Shanny's full of it in a moment. Number one, she did send me $200, but that was for something totally different. It had nothing to do with my phone. So
I think he's in their house right here at this point too.
Amazing.
I have to do this publicly. See, the last time Shanny did something like this was when she was with her cheating ex-husband. What's his name? Chiefy the Odd or whatever his name was. Chiefy the Odd or whatever.
Doesn't matter what his name was, G-Man.
And
Annie and G hooked up.
You know what? There used to be like this weird sexual tension between them that like was very apparent. And they might even talk about it in this video, but no, not to my knowledge. He was like, there was one time he was on our stream and he was like seductively licking Oreo cookies and like saying it was Shanny. It was weird. Yeah. There was one time we had him on and he was eating fried chicken like on purpose. He will do that. He did it when Shanny and Rev first got back to Pennsylvania and they met Gman in person for the first time, because they only knew him online up until this point. They did a stream.
They sold their house to him after only knowing him online.
They let him move in after only knowing him online. They're like, yeah, just break in, because they decided, because Rev, Shanny's boyfriend, they call each other husband and wife, but they're not really married, got an inheritance of $750,000, and they moved out to Colorado. They just like locked up their house and left and moved to Colorado and blew in like the course of like 2.5 years, blew through all that money like it was nothing. And during that time,
the house that they left to G-Man was the house that they had before he inherited that money then?
Yeah, I think the house was part of the inheritance.
Oh, okay.
So he got, $750K cash and a house. So it was around $1 million inheritance, I would say. I don't know. I don't know how big the house was. So, but yeah. Yeah, so then when they came back, They did a live stream when they first met each other in person, and they ate fried chicken, watermelon, and drank purple drink during their first stream. Yeah, it was weird.
Of course.
Called them into my room, and that didn't last very long. And honestly and truthfully, if she comes in here, in about 7 minutes, this is going to be over. Now, I've had my Skype open all day today. She did not call. I'm going to probably screen share that a little bit later, but I've had my Skype on all day long. She did not call. Got the free calling on this. She didn't call that. So again, I'm accusing her of doing this because she wants to get attention for herself. All right. I got a couple other things that I want to say about that too, but I'm going to wait till she gets in here when I can ask her direct questions, because she's making a lot of accusations that I'm going to slaughter her on when she comes in here.
That's another thing we've joked around about was Jessica becoming like a throuple with Shanny and Rev.
Oh, man.
Now, if she had a point, I would just come in here and just make a video and just say, you want to know what? She's right. But unfortunately, I think she has a really bad memory. So, like I said, if I have to, I'll cut my PayPal on and make it public for everybody to see and whatnot. And then, of course, I'm going to have to separate all of that from the... Anyway, I'll show everybody my thingy here and whatnot. So the last time she gave me money for my quote-unquote phone was back in December. January, for this month, she gave me some money for some food. See, I got to talk about all this stuff in public because Shanny doesn't know how to keep personal information to herself. So, although I'm tempted, I'm not going to do anything right now. See, I believe in waiting. I believe in making sure I got this under control before I do anything, because I know what I can do when I'm ready to do it. So she says, I'm threatening her. I'm going to let you guys listen to all of this and what I just woke up to because I was just asleep. All right. So, Shanny, you need to get in here. All right. You've been ducking and dodging. See, here's the thing. If you were serious, I would have got a phone call from you. You would have called me on Skype. You would have tried to do something like that.
All right, let's get to where Shanny joins, because...
Yeah, because it's a lot of nothing being said right now.
Yeah. She jumps in eventually. Where he's showing these videos of them being all crazy, but it gets crazy when she actually joins. Where is Shanny? I know she joins here. This is a really long video. All right, here it is. Here it is.
Because you pay for everything that gives you permission to cuss and whatnot. Tell me, how are you any different from your mother right now? But keep acting like that right now. Go ahead. You want to talk about this, Shanny? Let's talk about this. Why did you give me this house?
Because I thought you were doing good work for the Lord.
Matthew chapter 6. Matthew chapter 6.
Shut the fuck up about the Bible.
I love Jesus. I don't play
games. You talk to me. I'm talking to you.
Matthew chapter 6.
G-Man.
I can't hear you. It's my channel, and I can actually read my Bible on my channel.
My freaking you're using right now. So let's just think about that, G-Man.
Okay, Matthew chapter 6. Take heed.
G-Man, you are being wrong right now.
You're being wrong. She can't say the letter G in words. So it's wrong. You're wrong.
That's weird.
Yeah.
She can say G-Man, but she can't say wrong. I guess it's a different sound.
She can also say the N-word with the G's in it pretty easily, but yeah.
I'm trying to read the Bible. I'm trying to read the Bible. Okay, so you don't want me to read the Bible now. Great. So I can't read the Bible. I can't read the Bible and none of that stuff and whatnot. By the way, Shanny, I'm not deleting this video.
I'm not telling you you can't read the Bible. I'm telling you I don't want to talk to the Bible. You said you wanted to talk to me.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So who am I supposed to listen to? Okay, so listen. Shanny, the same rules I have on my channel apply to everybody, Shanny. Same rules on my channel apply to everybody, Shanny.
It's just like in.
Okay, so who am I supposed to listen to? You or Jesus? Matter of fact, put Rev on here. I want to ask Rev a question. Am I supposed to listen to you or Jesus? Put him on here. I want everybody to hear this.
Yes.
Well, Jesus speaks through them, obviously, dummy.
Great. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you, G-Man.
Yeah, G-Man is at their old house. They let him break in. This is where a lot of the tension between them started too. So they let him break in and live there, and they're still in Colorado at this point. This is before their money completely dried up and they had to come back.
We're going to have a discussion, though. We're not going to have a debate. I don't debate. You already know that.
I am not debating, Shanny. Let me finish it, Shanny.
Yes, you are. Do not debate me. I am not going to.
You won't even let me talk. Hebrew Israelites right now. Let me finish talking, okay? So the bottom line is this, okay?
That's what you do. You've talked enough. All you done was slander me, asshole.
Okay, so here's the thing now.
All you did was slander me.
Slander my asshole.
You did. That's what you did. Where did the money go? Where did the money go, G-Man?
I want to finish saying what I was saying, Shanny. Shanny, I want to finish saying what I was saying, Shanny. I want to finish saying what I was saying, Shanny. Okay?
Oh, really? Put up the PayPal so I can show you. 2 weeks ago, I gave you $200.
Anyway, listen.
2 weeks ago, I gave you $200. Why didn't you pay for your phone then, G-Man?
Okay, so I already.
For that, I gave you money to pay for your phone. Why didn't you pay your phone then, G-Man? You want to try to make this about me being selfish?
Two people can't talk at the same time, Shanny.
Oh, she just does that arm movement where like her whole arm and all of that weight goes back. The only thing that I could think about was like Rev's tiny little body like standing there as like, she gets one of these. Stop asking for food, Rev.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the whole pizza video is very eye-opening. The whole like did you ever see that where like some of their trolls sent them a pizza, but they made it like extra spicy so she couldn't eat it, but he ate it all. And like she doesn't let him eat. You know? Right. So she's all mad, calling it a waste of food when he actually gets to eat it and he eats it all. And she got so mad. It was ridiculous.
Was he like, oh, this is actually pretty good?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dude, in like What? This tastes really good.
And she's like, it's going to hurt your stomach. You should stop eating. She was trying everything she could to get him to not eat it since she couldn't eat it. And what they're not showing is like she has like a stockpile of food on the floor next to where she sits. And all he has is a jar of peanut butter that he eats with a spoon. And that's the only food he gets.
They broke up, right? Like, hopefully he's
That was a
getting
lie.
food.
That was a lie. They and most people knew it because like she wasn't showing where she was living. Like she was trying to hide it because it was the same place. And then
They're trying to get
yeah. And then Rev was suddenly like live streaming from the kitchen. And then there was a point in one of the videos where Rev got up and left the room. And if you turn up the volume all the way, you can hear her go, "Are you done yet?" And he's like, "No, I'm not done yet. I got a little bit longer to go." And then he comes back and he's like, "Oh, I was just talking to myself in the other room there." It's like, no, you weren't. We could hear Shanny. And now it's just like the cat's out of the bag at this point. So.
Yeah. Well, if I kick her out of here, I'm a bad guy, right? I'm a bad guy if I kick her out of here. You gotta let me talk, Shanny. You gotta let me talk. If it's just gonna be you, okay. And you're gonna expose yourself.
And by the way, Shanny can barely walk now because she's so big, and Rev has to wipe her ass like after she poops.
Yeah, I know about that.
You heard the song, I'm guessing.
I didn't hear the song. I saw Jeff made me watch the actual however long the original video was. He's like, no, you got to see this.
Yeah, you can hear them talking, and Rev is all like, "We're almost done here. Yep, clean as a whistle, Shanny." They've gotten into fights before where he's been like, "I wipe your ass for you,"
yeah,
because she won't let him eat, and he was kind of chubby. Like you'll see him in this video, he was kind of chubby, and then like as soon as the money dried up and there wasn't enough money to just like buy all the food they could ever want, now Shanny eats all the food, and Rev is like skinny, like skin and bones. It's crazy.
I'm just gonna be quiet. You can expose yourself. Show me the spirit of self-control here for a moment. The fruit of the spirit. Show me the spirit of self-control.
You really are the one really talking about the spirit of self-control. You? Seriously, you? You? Spirit of self-control, you? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. Be silent.
Okay, so this is her main channel, Shanny for Christ here. Shanny made several videos today lying about me, saying
I lie about you.
Wait a minute, hold on a minute.
You're the one that's on the prosecution. How did I lie about you?
This video you made was this, okay? You made a video saying 3 years of ministry ruined. Then you made a video. Then you made another video getting mad at me about me saying that Jesus H.4 was long, which had nothing to do with Rev, but you brought that up. All right.
You should do this. You can't be hypocritical, idiot.
You're threatening me now. You made all these ridiculous videos today.
You know what hypocrite is? Two of your best friends have fucking
That's what you're doing right now.
for it.
Okay. So
who have long hair? Who are your best friends?
Long hair.
Okay. So going back to my Shanny, we both can't talk at the same time. You can't talk at the same time.
That's what you got me mad. You got me mad. You lied to me about money, G-Man. I told you not to lie about me. Lie to me about money.
Let me talk, Shanny. You gotta let me talk, Shanny. Shanny, you gotta let me talk, Shanny. If you don't let me talk, you're guilty, Shanny.
You lied.
You're guilty, Shanny.
Freaking admit it now.
So anyway,
Shanny. Why don't you address it, G-Man? Why don't you address about the phone?
With that $750K, Rev could have not taken in Shanny and her 2 kids and just gotten hookers instead, and he'd be better off. He'd probably still have some money.
Yeah, if he inherited that house, he could have lived off of that for probably decades.
Yeah.
Decades. If the rest of his life, if he was doing it right, but if he wanted to party and be excessive and everything, still decades.
Yeah.
Look, when I first
lie about it.
Okay, you
when I gave you the money, you spent 2 times the
Are you gonna let me talk? Blah 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 blah. Are you gonna let me talk?
You're a liar.
I'm a liar. I haven't said nothing.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I want the Christians to come in here, and I want you guys to see how she's behaving right now. So
I don't care. You need to answer that question. What happened to the money that I gave you for the phone?
Unspoken. She won't even let me talk.
What happened with the money I gave you?
Let's see.
Money.
When I get my thing for the wrong occasion,
yeah, this goes on for a while. Here's a video of when Rev and Shanny arrived in Pennsylvania.
A handsome
Okay.
woman.
Hey, Jason, you care to be the cameraman? Sweet.
He's gonna film.
Jason's Rev.
Yeah. Rev is gonna film Shanny. Rev is gonna film Shanny getting blacked.
Careful about the background.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like.
Skinny.
Yeah, let me see.
I got it.
You got it? Okay, cool. Let
Got
me
it.
get this here. Okay, so we're gonna come in here. We gotta do the individual situation type thing over here.
Ha! They're doing the individual
We're gonna go in the
situation.
kitchen here and we're gonna take care of some business. All right, so
That's a really old DP meme from back in the day.
we're gonna close this door over here because it's none of y'all business. What's in here? We're gonna close that door over there because it's none of y'all business what's going on over there. Yeah, I know how I do. I'm pretty good at doing my privacy thinking and whatnot. All right, guys. By the way, guys, subscribe to GTV. Help me out here. Shanny's kicking my butt. So, and by the way, this is a good butt to kick here. You know what I mean? Nice
What?
firm butt. A firm butt.
Is this where they eat the? Shanny's cooking, so Shanny could still stand at this point. It's crazy how they got all poor and she got bigger.
She's bigger than this.
Yes, she is bigger. Look at there was some weird sexual tension between these two. And then Rev leaves and they get kind of weird.
150. Take off your shirt. My God.
Take off my shirt.
Ladies,
Wait
behave.
a minute. This shirt? Okay, I'll take off this shirt if you get 150 likes. I'll do it. No problem.
He's probably got another shirt under it. Oh yeah, you outsmarted everyone, G-Man. Anyway.
There.
Yeah, I got something else. That kind of wore me out a little bit. All the craziness.
That was a lot.
Individual situation. Check out the beautiful asshole.
The individual Brett Keane segment situation.
So we've got Brett Keane making himself in Starfield. Let's see. Let's see how he does this.
I think I'm gonna make it look like the way I used to look whenever I was younger.
Whenever. He never says when I was younger. It's always whenever I was younger or whenever I did that.
Whenever I was a teenager and weighed like 400 pounds.
Yeah.
No, I didn't have that much fucking fuzz. Let's see.
Guarantee you right now he's laying on his belly in his bed in the Cobra position. You know?
Oh, man.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
He doesn't get on camera anymore.
Nope.
Ta-da.
That does not look like you. That is, yeah.
What is some of these people's motivations for making these fucking videos, man?
I don't know.
Good.
Oh, it's this. I've got to put this out there.
There we go. That's more my jam. Uh-huh. Forehead. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be way more caveman-like. Make the forehead more caveman-like, please.
That's about it. You got a decent sized nose.
Yeah, that does look like Brett's weird pig nose that he has. Brett kind of looks like Ganon from not Ganondorf, just like the pig Ganon.
From The Legend of Zelda.
Yes. Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, that looks about right.
Yeah. Looks just like you.
No jewelry. Jewelry's for girls.
Okay. That does. I will say this is starting to look like him.
Pale Irish man with just a tint of Indian.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Top of the head needs to be wider though.
Yep. Yeah. He needs to get the weird, like, kind of spiky white hair. Brett went white, like, in his 20s. Like, his hair turned white in his 20s.
Oh man, I started getting gray hair like when I was a teenager. I remember before I could even drive, like going to the barber in my hometown and him being like, "Oh look, you got a patch of gray back here." I'm like, "Oh, hooray!"
Yeah, I didn't see a gray hair on my head until like after I turned 40. Yeah.
Yeah, it started early for me. Like in my late 20s, like it was probably like the sides I was starting to get the like Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Reed Richards.
Yeah.
Old school Nick Fury had that too before they made him Samuel L. Jackson and had no hair.
David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury.
Yes, yeah.
I'm a little bit more. I got a little bit more pink in my skin than that, but we'll just say because I'm a minor.
It's weird how they had kind of the Brett Keane facial hair too.
I'm on a cold planet, right? I'm kind of pale. Okay.
You don't go outside?
Yeah.
Gord, get your fat ass in here. Bring me some mac and cheese.
Juice. There we go. Let's bring down the intensity because I got a little bit of red in my lips. There we go.
Oh, there's nothing intense about this, Brett.
No.
Let's give myself some kind of Ozzy Osbourne type of thing to bring out the eyes more.
Ozzy Osbourne, what?
Yeah. There we go. And we got young Brett Keane.
No.
No, we
This
don't.
game's got the ability to be able to edit my looks
You can add dirt to your face. So add some of that.
anytime if I go to an organization called Enhance. So
And they got the
Man,
body
I'll
type right.
always make myself look older, younger, change the haircut, that kind of shit.
He skipped over the part where you choose your pronouns. I remember when all the people freaked out about that because they give you the option to choose a pronoun. It's not even required.
I always thought that was silly when people freaked out about that. Like, oh, I'm going to stop using this or that because it asks me what my pronouns are. It's like, so what?
That's not really a new thing either.
Yeah.
So,
like that disrupts life so much, huh?
I think I'm going to go for hero worshipped. If you use hero worshipped, you'll get a free companion. I like
oh my God,
companions.
Brett. What
Kid
is
stuff
this?
Makes it to where your parents are in the game. The parents in the game are really nice people. Nothing like my real fucking parents.
Oh my God. How old is this man?
He, you know what? He looks like he's like in his 60s, but he's actually, I think, like 48 or 49. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
So, like, bitching about, like, even if you are in your 40s and you're bitching about, like, oh, my parents completely fucked my whole life up.
But in other, see, he's always full of shit because he's talked fondly about his family and like, oh, you can't attack my family. I miss my mother. She passed away. You know what I mean? So he's never genuine about what he's saying. I remember when he pretended to not know what a doobie was. And it's like, Brett, I know you know what that is. Because I said it. I was like, Brett, you know you smoke a doobie. And he was like, what's a doobie? I don't know what that is. It's like, okay, you're lying. You're lying.
You mean like the Doobie Brothers?
Yeah, it's like Brett was a kid in the 70s.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, if he's 48, then he was not a kid in the 70s.
Well, he was born in the 70s.
Like the late 70s, but he would have been like a kid in the 80s, like the mid 80s.
Yeah.
So,
Watch a derby.
One other thing I like, makes companions more expensive, but they automatically repair the fucking ship. So, that's worth a go. I'll get an opportunity later due to a mod to add more cool shit to my character.
Oh man, there's another guy named Von Helton who's buddies with Brett, who is a lot like him, and he did a mod for oh god, what's that game with the dragons that came out a long time ago? Skyrim. He did a mod for Skyrim to give the horses vaginas. Yeah,
no notes.
He modded Skyrim to give the horses vaginas. By the way, I haven't been mentioning it that much tonight, but it would be really great if some of you out there could help us get a little closer to the goal. There's a link pinned in the top of the chat. You can use, PayPal or whatever to send us a couple bucks. $2 minimum dono. Just got to get a tip train started, so thank you.
And let's say that you're too poor to afford $2, because I've been there myself. Like, we've all been there. Liking the stream helps a lot too. Like that gets, more people, helps the algorithm, all those kinds of things. So at the very least, please like the stream. And if you can donate, that would be greatly helpful.
No, James.
More fucking traits. Okay. Well, let's give me a name.
Oh, I see the pronouns.
There we go. Brett Keane. Yes, sir. I'm not doing pronouns. That's for pussies.
Well, maybe not putting your pronouns is for pussies. Fucking fat manatee.
Yeah. I need to. My bladder's bugging me again, so I'll be right back.
All right, man.
All right.
No, James, you can't go to the bathroom. This is my fucking show. Hey, Matt Jarjosa, I see that you're not a subscribed member anymore. What the fuck's with that? Also, where is it here? 5 Mile Max said, I'm not poor, but I don't want to give money to poors. Yeah, me either, man. I mean, like, I am poor, but I still don't want to give money to poors, so I get it. Who is this man? I came late. I am your cousin Matt. I am their cousin Matt. I am their cousin Matt. I am the internet's cousin Matt. So that's who I am. I do a news show with Jeff Holiday in the mornings called Nightly News This Morning, and you can look it up on Jeff Holiday's channel. I know I keep plugging that, but it's cool if you check it out. I don't know. Like on his third channel, we do movie reviews and shit like that. So, you look like the lead singer from I can't even pronounce that. Akia Strange. Akia? I don't know. I want to wrench. There's a few undesirables in here. Are you your own cousin Matt? No, thank God. I'm like the one person, and my brothers. I'm not my brother's cousin Matt either. So he's like Uncle Grandpa, but a cousin. That's right. That's right. I like the Uncle Grandpa reference. Uncle Grandpa's pretty awesome. Are you closed? We are not closed. We are completely open. Yeah. So, but what's up, Matt? Living the dream, I guess. Oh, Andy, that's my buddy. Remember Clarence? You know what? Like I liked Uncle Grandpa. I didn't get a chance to watch it very much, but I did think it was funny how he would say good morning all the time. Good morning. Good morning. But yeah, like the stream if you haven't already, and if you can throw us a couple bucks, like maybe if we can get to 75% tonight, because that was Ben's goal, was to get to 75% of the weekly goal tonight. If we can do that, I will take 5 like full lungful rips off of my dab pen, and just look like a complete idiot and cough my lungs out or do whatever. I don't really drink
Yo,
that
Matt,
often.
This
So
dono
like,
is for you. Don't tell Beth.
Hey!
Pocket this tip.
thank you, Kula. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just grab that and we won't even tell Ben about it. But yeah, no, if we can get to 75% tonight, I will take 5 fat rips off of my dab pen as quickly as I can and make myself look really stupid. But yeah, I was saying that we're the stoned peasants tonight, less than the drunken peasants. We're more the stoned peasants. And you can tell I even put eye drops in before I came on the show, but it just wasn't happening, So steel toe vibes. Yeah, I worked all day and didn't really smoke at all, and then I was on my way over to Jeff's to hang out and do the show and everything, and I was like, I need to stop by the dispensary on my way, and so I did. So I don't know if anybody's into it, but I've been getting into 3D printing lately, which is pretty cool. My brother and my son were both trying to get me into it, and I finally jumped into it, and like this is a mic adapter. It like makes a tripod into a mic stand. It's pretty cool. I used a program called Tinkercad and smashed some files together and used a 3D printer and printed it out, and now I can put a microphone on a tripod. I don't know. I think it's really cool. It's like we're one step closer to having replicators from Star Trek. Like we're on our way to a post scarcity society, socialist utopia. Probably not, but I got my 3D printer for Christmas. It's pretty sick. That's awesome. My 3D printer, or my library has a 3D printer that we can use. That is fantastic. That's so cool. I've been looking because like I've been talking about 3D printing, so I've been seeing a lot more 3D printing content. I found out they 3D print houses out of concrete, which is really cool. But it's on a much bigger scale. Obviously, like the nozzle's like this big around. And then my girlfriend was showing me today some people 3D print clay, which is really cool as well. So a lot of options, a lot of ways to use the technology, and hopefully it'll advance pretty far in the coming future. So pretty excited about that. So AutoCAD is legit. I might have to look into that because I've been using Tinkercad and I'm not very good at it yet. Like I've been using it for a couple days. I had to use Persa Slicer to like literally cut one of the files in half because I couldn't figure out how to do it in Tinkercad and then put it back into Tinkercad to do what I was trying to do.
What printer do you use? I want one to make D and D minis.
So I have been using my son's Ender 3. My brother and Ian, Jeff's friend Ian, if you're familiar with his channel, both have. I would have to look it up. It's some kind of Persa. It's a really nice, like $800 printer, and they both just happen to have the same version of the same printer. So I got introduced to it on theirs, and then my son he had this Ender 3, and he was like, I don't use it. It's way too frustrating for me. Like I can never get it set right. And so I took it and I started using it, and I was like printing right away. And I was like, the problem is they tell you to use like this paper method to measure where the nozzle is against the bed, and it's complete bunk. It's like way too high and starts printing like all over the place. So AutoCAD sucks. Revit is better. Like we got people dueling it out on what the better CAD programming is. It is amazing how far the technology has come. I'm really surprised by it, honestly. Like I didn't realize like you've been hearing about it for years and stuff, and then you get into it and you're like, wow, this is really amazing what you can actually do with it. So sorry, I'm a corporate shell for Autodesk. To be fair, we already produce all the resources and things that we actually need. Our outdated economic system just needs replacing. I agree with that, honestly. And like the older I get, the more and more I find myself agreeing with that. It's like we have the ways to take care of people. We have the means. We divert the resources in other places, and it's kind of stupid. So, what can you do? You can also use Blender. I'm gonna screenshot this and check out some of these other programs because, like I said, I've only used Tinkercad and Persa Slicer, and I'm not great with either of them yet. But I'm surprised with like the week that I've been doing it, like how much I'm already able to do and how I'm able to print out things that I can like physically use in the real world. It's pretty cool. So, all right, yeah. the world's richest man needs to go on to Mars and die. Yeah, or just get eaten by the pores. I don't know. So now that you're back, man, I'm gonna take my turn and go.
Yeah, do your
go
thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Everyone, please like the stream. And, if you would be so kind as to help us get to 60% of the goal, we're really close. Unbelievably close. So close, I can taste it. So close to 60%. I missed a few tips. Kula. Oh, I missed one from Egghead? Shit, Egghead, I'm sorry I missed your, I missed Egghead's, tips. Let me see here. I didn't even notice this, Egghead. Are you still watching, Egghead? I don't even know if he's still watching. Give me just a second here. All right. I don't know what happened there, but let me try this again here. I missed Egged's tips. Here's one from Egged.
Just saw the first part of the stream. Jared Genesis is pure evil. To celebrate people dying just because you hate a certain part of the states is fucking disgusting.
It is.
I hope that prick ends up getting mugged and not in Minecraft.
Here's another one.
Just saw the first part of the stream.
He said the same one
Genesis
twice.
is a
I'm sorry,
pure evil
Egged.
monster. To celebrate people losing their homes and their lives simply because of where they live is disgusting. Hope he loses everything, and I hope he gets mugged and not in Minecraft.
Ooh, not in Minecraft. All right. So I'm guessing Matt was talking about 3D printing or something, because I saw this one about the...
What printer do you use? I want one to make D&D minis.
I used to buy the little pewter minis and paint them. I had a lot of fun playing like D&D with minis back in the day. Egged, oh Egged. What else should we do? Let's see if Cobra's dropped a video. Yeah, you know, Cobra hasn't dropped a video in like 24 hours.
I thought I just saw him. I haven't gone through it. I was just going through my subscription feed, and I know that I definitely saw one from at least like the last day or two. But yeah, I know. Like I said, when I found out about Aaron, I at least messaged him and told him, "Hey, man, condolences." So
yeah. Let's check out... We'll check out some news type stuff and see how that's going here. Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
He called me sir and got me so human angry.
People are discriminating against wolves. Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
right. Okay. Here we are. Yeah. Okay. Let's check out. The DOJ intends to release part of the report on Trump's January 6 actions.
Department of Justice has just responded to Donald Trump's argument that he should not release, that the report on the 2 investigations into the president-elect should not be released. CNN's Caitlin Polance is here with us. Caitlin, a lot of fast-moving developments. What can you tell us about this?
Well, the Justice Department is telling the appeals court, the federal appeals court over Florida, stay out of it. They have a plan. This is the plan that they just outlined. They say the attorney general now has that final report into the 2 criminal cases against Donald Trump that were brought by the Office of Special Counsel Jack Smith. The plan is that volume 1 of that report, which is about
Damn, what happened to Lisa Loeb?
The 2020 election case.
Actually, she aged very well. If anyone, a lot of people, like a lot of the younger people watching probably have no idea who we're talking about. She was like a one-hit wonder from the 90s.
They plan to release that both to Congress and the public because it's in the public interest. And then volume 2 about the classified documents case against Trump, the Attorney General Merrick Garland.
What's that?
She was like I said I feel like she had more than one hit. She was like a 3-hit wonder.
She had one really, really big hit, and then maybe she had a few songs on the radio. But
yeah, I was gonna say I can't name any of her hits, but like I feel like she had a couple.
Her biggest one was called "Stay."
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's like 56 years old, but she aged very well.
And doesn't want to release that publicly because there's ongoing appeals related to Trump's 2 co-defendants, whether that case could be revived against them and they could still face charges. They don't want to prejudice that. So the plan is that the Attorney General wants to make public what they believe.
So like the president is above the law. We used to always be like, man, the president can't be above the law. But now it's just like we know
above the law. Yeah, but yeah, now the president is above the law.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we are slowly turning into Russia. It seems we're talking about taking other countries by force. Does Crimea ring any bells? It's weird that now Trump's emboldened by like what fucking Putin has done.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's crazy. Like Greenland is very strategic because of a lot, like all the mining that can be done there, and the shipping routes that are opening up with the Arctic Sea melting. It's
right. Well, yeah, not just resources either, but like location as far as where it is in relation to other countries in the world and things like that. Like if you look at it on a map, it's almost like in the same position that Alaska is, only on the
other
coast.
side. Yeah, and like most of the people that live in Greenland are like indigenous. I don't know if they're also Inuit too. They might be. But yeah, they're like definitely indigenous people living there, kind of like Alaska.
Courts down in Florida have no ability to stop them on the part about January 6th
Judge
and the
Cannon
2020
was not
election.
presiding over that case, that January 6th case.
But what she did yesterday was put a stop to releasing the report outside of the Justice Department in full, both volumes, with an additional 3 days once the appeals court makes a decision here. And the Attorney General, they made it quite clear that we've told you the plan, quote, that should be the end of the matter here. We do have to wait and see exactly what this appeals court does, because that order from Judge Cannon is still in place. And there's only 12 days until the end of the time when Merrick Garland is Attorney General before Donald Trump is the president, and will get to make calls like this on his own.
Interesting. Caitlin, all right, stand by. Joining me now is CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig. Ellie, what do you make of this response by Jack Smith? Essentially, they're telling Judge Cannon down in Florida to butt out of this January 6th case. What do you make of all this?
Well, Jim, I think this is a perfectly fair and reasonable proposed solution by the Justice Department. First of all, with respect to the January 6th report in Washington, D.C., the Justice Department has the absolute right under law, if they so choose, to turn that over to Congress, to make it public. They should do that, and they've said that's what we intend to do. The legal dispute here really shouldn't have anything to do with the January 6th report. Now, separately, we've got the report on the classified documents case in Florida. And what the Justice Department has said is, okay, we understand there's two other defendants here other than Trump. That's Walt Nauta and Mr. De Oliveira. They still have potentially live cases. And so recognizing that they have...
So what do you think? Because I'm gonna do a live stream when they do the inauguration. And I'm like... Sure.
I thought news ladies were supposed to be hot. When did that stop? Just when I thought the news couldn't suck anymore.
Like
this is CNN, not Fox.
Yeah,
News.
Fox News. They had Sean Hannity's marrying one of the like hot blondes from Fox News.
Yeah, I was in the chat when you were showing that on the stream the last time.
Yeah, and it's funny because he kept his nose clean when all the other guys got in trouble for being perverts at Fox News, like Roger Ailes and Bill O'Reilly and stuff. Sean Hannity his name was not attached to that. So that's interesting.
He was smart. He directed all of his attention at just one instead of like trying to go after every single one of them.
Yeah.
All right, as defendants, we're not going to blast this report out publicly. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to make it available behind closed doors to the leaders of Congress in order to protect their rights. Now, Jim, of course, you and I both know...
We're almost at 60%. 60%.
Walt Nauta and
I said, well, you were in the bathroom. I said that if we get to 75% tonight, because that was your goal, I would take 5 fat lungful rips off of my dab pen in a row.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'll up the ante on that. I will zap the shit out of myself with an electroshock collar.
Jesus.
At 100% once we get to the 75% of the goal.
Vieira are going to get pardoned, but that's going to happen after Merrick Garland and this DOJ are out of office.
Yeah, and Ellie, I mean, just to follow up on that very quickly, I mean, couldn't...
What?
I said he's got the thickest hair plugs in the business.
Yeah.
The Biden administration just make the decision unilaterally to release the report, put it up on the DOJ website, whatever. And
what if Elon Musk hooked up Trump with the same people that did his hair surgery?
Trump's look is like it's his brand though. Like I don't think that he would. I feel like he could probably afford to get the hair replacement surgery if he wanted to, but like his look is his brand, man. That's why he puts the orange makeup on. It's why he's got this stupid blonde wig. Like,
despite what the judge is saying, or does the judge have the final say here for the moment, unless it goes to an appeals court or the Supreme Court or wherever?
Ordinarily, it would be fully within the rights of the current administration and DOJ to throw that report up on a website. But they cannot do that right now because a federal district court judge, Judge Keane, has said, no, hold on until the 11th Circuit, the Court of Appeals, where they're arguing now.
Hey! Here we go.
There's Slamia. Does anybody got $1? Thank you so much. God, you're saving my ass right now. Oh!
64%. We are only 10.7% away. 5 these elevated, not a sponsor, tubes.
Not
elevated,
a sponsor.
All in one.
I do like elevated. They make like pre-rolls too, because I've had, or is it like disposable vape cartridges? Maybe it was that. I don't know.
So they've got a really cool product called a cloud bar. Mm-hmm. And it looks just like a fucking tobacco bar, like the bar things that you get that are nicotine. Mm-hmm. So you'd be sitting there hitting your cloud bar, getting stoned while all your friends are hitting their tobacco vapes. It's quite convenient.
Comes out with some sort of ruling.
And so if that doesn't happen before Inauguration Day, it's possible this thing could get buried? Is that, I mean, not to belabor the point, but
yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, the way that would happen is, again, DOJ has now announced what we're going to do is we're only going to make this report on the classified documents case available to congressional leaders, unless and until the case against Nauta and De Oliveira goes away. The problem there is that's not going to happen until Donald Trump's administration takes office. So at that point, they will be in control of the report and deciding what to do with it. I don't think there's any way the new Attorney General, Pam Bondi, or maybe there's someone who's in an acting capacity briefly says, okay, these two have been pardoned, now we're going to make the report public. I mean, that wouldn't happen I don't think, under a Trump administration.
Yeah, and Caitlin is also still with us. I mean, this is why I'm a little confused about this, because, I mean, wouldn't Judge Chutkan who was presiding over that January 6th case, have say over whether a report pertaining to that case is released? Theoretically speaking, I'm just a layman here.
Maybe if they were to ask her, but really one of the arguments here is this is entirely up to the Attorney General. The federal judiciary shouldn't even have a part in making decisions like this. That's part of the argument. And with Judge Chutkan, it is plausible. There have been situations where judges have released, say, the Mueller report under public records. So other than this dispute in court with Eileen Cannon, there's a lot of different ways that this report could become public, either through Congress, through the courts, the Attorney General himself, or through FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act.
Right, yeah. And Ellie, we're also learning that Trump is...
interpretation of this here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they're saying that the Department of Justice wants to release this report, but a federal judge has blocked them from releasing this report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that kind of that becomes part of a larger issue that we see in that Trump's legacy from his first term has been having an effect, a ripple effect, because of all of the federal judges that he has appointed. And now he's about to be back in power where he can just keep appointing these federal judges who take it upon themselves to make the judicial branch of the government the executive branch, essentially. Like they are stopping things. They are interpreting laws in ways that they wouldn't normally be. I don't know. It just seems it seems like a way to hijack the government.
Going all the way to the Supreme Court to try to pause his sentencing in his hush money case. What's the Supreme Court likely to do there? Again, I'm just a layman asking the questions of a layman. I thought that was a state case, but he's taking it to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it's a good question. So first of all, as to the when, we are going to get a ruling from the Supreme Court sometime in the next 48 hours because Donald Trump's sentencing is scheduled for Friday morning. Now, as to what they're going to do, it would be a fool's errand, I think, to try to predict it. But a reason they might take this case is because this is really the first application of their own immunity ruling, which they issued last summer. But I think you're right. A reason they would not take this case is it's really sort of beneath the Supreme Court's pay grade. It's really a sentencing over a state level Class E, the lowest level felony, where the judge has already said, I'm intending to sentence him to an unconditional discharge, meaning to nothing. Ordinarily, the Supreme Court is going to have no part of a dispute about a state case involving a sentencing for the lowest level felony that's not going to result in any prison time. So I don't think we can predict it, but I can see valid reasons either way why the Supreme Court may or may not take it. The good news is we'll find out real soon.
All right, Ellie and Caitlin, thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Hey.
Here's
Spoiler.
This is a weird one. Prosecutors deny warrant request for Nicki Minaj.
Huh.
Yeah, check this out.
The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office has denied
In Detroit, like in the Detroit area, apparently.
a warrant request for singer Nicki Minaj. The initial investigation all stems from a lawsuit over an incident that happened here in Detroit. Pamela Osborne is here to help us sort it all out.
Rapper Nicki Minaj was here at LCA back in April. It was during that leg of her tour that a former employee says he was assaulted by her. Nicki Minaj made headlines for what happened on stage during her Pink Friday 2 World Tour in the D. You may remember seeing it or hearing about it. If not, here's the video of a fan throwing something at the rapper during that April 21st concert. She picks the object up and chucks it right back. Well, now we're learning this may not have been the only controversy that took place that night. According to TMZ, Brandon Garrett, Nicki Minaj's former manager, is suing her, claiming she assaulted him after that LCA concert. TMZ reports 40-year-old Garrett says Minaj went into a rage when she learned he'd sent someone else to pick up a prescription for her. Then Garrett claims she hit him in the face. Detroit police investigated and a warrant was sent over to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. This afternoon, they announced the warrant request was denied due to insufficient evidence. A lawyer
Right.
representing the rapper told TMZ the lawsuit, as reported by TMZ, is completely false and frivolous. He went on to say he's confident that the matter will be resolved swiftly in Nicki Minaj's favor. In Detroit, I'm Pamela Osborne, Local 4.
Yeah, if there was any real evidence to support this, they wouldn't have denied the warrant request. They would have gone through with it. Like, even if they weren't going to prosecute her or anything like that. But I don't know. It seems like it was probably nothing.
Let's see.
President Biden just left California, but in a brand new interview out today, he said he believes he could have won the 2024 election if he'd stayed the nominee. USA Today Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page asked President Biden point blank, quote, "Do you believe you could have won in November?" Biden replies, quote, "It's presumptuous to say that, but I think yes, based on the polling that." Biden trails off, and then Page asks, again, "Do you think he would have had the vigor to serve another 4 years in office?" Biden says, "I don't know." He then goes on to say, quote, "I really thought I had the best chance of beating him, but I also wasn't looking to be president when I was 85 years old, 86 years old," unquote. I want to bring in the woman who interviewed President Biden. USA Today's Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page is here. Also with us, Kate Bedingfield, who was Biden's former White House communications director until 2023. David Axelrod is with us also. He was a senior advisor to President Obama. So, Susan, first of all, what was your main takeaway from your interview with President Biden?
Well, he wants to make the case that these recent controversies over his health, over his pardon of his son, should not be all that defines his legacy. So he wanted to make the case that his legacy is broader and more consequential than that. It's also clear he's not quite ready to leave the Oval Office. I did the last print interview with George W. Bush. He was ready to leave the Oval Office. Joe Biden wishes he had 4 more years.
Well, Bush got 8 years. So that's one big thing. What do you make of this claim that he would have won if he had stayed the nominee?
That's not the conventional political wisdom that he could have won. The conventional wisdom is that he was in a place where he was not likely to win if he stayed in the race after that disastrous debate. And so he is at odds with the opinions of most politicians in that. But I thought more extraordinary than that, because politicians, you don't become president unless you have all the confidence in yourself. More extraordinary than that to me was his admission that he's not sure he could have served 4 more years.
Yeah, that is quite an admission, because obviously when you run for president, you're running to be president for 4 years. You're not running for 2. And I never heard him say, "I'm going to run for 2 years and then step down." David and Kate, I'll start with you. Do you know of any polling that he's referring to that actually bears out this idea that the polling indicated he would have beat Trump? I know of only data to the contrary.
Yeah, look, I didn't see any polling at the time when he decided to drop out that would have suggested he would have won. That's kind of the tricky thing about polling, though, and this is an argument that we were having at the time he was dropping out. Polling can't tell you definitively what's going to happen 4 months, 6 months from now. But no, was there polling at the time he decided to drop that suggested he would have won that race? No. But look, Susan's absolutely right. Nobody becomes president of the United States without a sense of confidence. Some would say a sense of ego. And I think, what would you expect him to say? Of course, he's going to say that he thinks that he could have won. I would have loved to see him answer that question in a way that didn't necessarily make it the driving headline coming out of the piece, because there were so many other things that I thought articulated really well in terms of defending his record and his legacy. But sometimes he's just going to say what he thinks.
Always, he says what
or
he thinks,
he's always
that guy. But I mean, look, I remember George W. Bush saying to me when he was a governor, "I'm not going to walk through a minefield of hypotheticals." I mean, that's an answer for him next time.
Exactly. Or, hey, does it matter now?
Right.
I wish this
is
woman who was interviewing. I wish that she would have asked him what he would have thought about if Bernie could have won. Like, if Bernie would have done it than him.
Also kind of a slam on Vice President Harris in a way, David, because she obviously didn't win.
Yeah, and let's be honest, one of the reasons she didn't win was because she was seen as the number 2 official in the Biden administration, and this was a judgment about fairly or not, this was a judgment about the Biden administration. Kate's right, you can't project 4 months ahead in polling, but we know what polling was on election day, and Joe Biden had a 40% approval rating. I don't think there's a president who's won re-election with an approval rating that low. So you look, one has to comfort oneself in these moments, and that's probably what he's doing. But I think it's nuts to think that he would have won that election. The bigger thing, though, is this notion that I don't know about, what I'll be like when I'm 85 and 86. That was the whole concern years in advance. And it wasn't a judgment about Joe Biden. It was a judgment about the human species that
I knew that this was going to happen. So I knew they were going to be like
Biden would have.
Yeah. I knew other people would say it. I wasn't sure if Biden himself would say it, but I kind of thought it's easy to say something would have happened differently. Like, you have no way of going back in time and testing that theory out. But people like to do that all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, she lost, so now he can say that he would have won. Doesn't matter.
It was an actuarial concern that was very real, that you when you're that old in a job this hard, that it's doubtful that one can go full steam for another 4 years. And that was a concern that, he blew through when he decided to run. And the shame of it is, I think a lot of the accomplishments that he is proud of deserve the attention that they're not getting now. And they're not getting that attention because of the way he ended and the bad decision he made to run and to persist. Had he chosen a different path, I think he would have a different set of circumstances right now.
Susan, you also asked President Biden if he would issue preemptive pardons for those who are in the crosshairs of President-elect Trump. Former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci. And Biden said, quote, well, a little bit of it depends on who he, meaning Trump, puts in what positions. So tell us more about that interaction and what that might mean.
He talked a little about what he told Trump when the two men met a week after Election Day in the Oval Office for almost 2 hours. And he said he encouraged Trump to drop this idea of retribution. He said it wasn't going to serve Trump's own purposes to do that. And he said that Trump did not say he was going to follow Biden's advice, but he didn't dispute him. He listened to what he had to say. I thought that was interesting. The other interesting thing about him talking about that meeting with Trump, and we don't know much about what went on in that meeting. He said that Trump praised his economic record. Now, Trump has been nothing but relentlessly critical of Joe Biden on the economy and everything else. But Biden said, I had a good record.
Kate, do you think Biden should issue these preemptive pardons?
I don't think he would make it through another 4 years. I feel like it won't be a shocker in 2.5 years where we find out Biden's in some kind of home or he's being taken care of.
Alzheimer's or something, yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to know what you think about this whole talk of preemptive pardons, Ben, because that kind of shit terrifies me. I don't think that there has ever been a preemptive pardon. That just sounds like here is a get out of jail free card for the future that you can use for anything that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Cheney, Anthony Fauci, etc.
I personally have not been a fan of this. I think by its nature, if you're issuing a preemptive pardon, you're suggesting that somebody did something wrong. There's an element of admission of guilt that comes with a pardon. I also think there are questions about whether a preemptive pardon would stand up in court in different situations. So I haven't been a huge fan of it, but I certainly understand, given everything that Trump has said about what he intends to do with the presidency and with his government. I can understand the reason for it, but again, to me, it's an admission of guilt that I think is unnecessary.
All right, thanks to all of you. Really appreciate it. Congratulations, Susan, on the interview. Great stuff.
Damn.
Okay, but so Supergirl's boyfriend said it only covers past actions. Okay, but let's find out that somebody did something completely immoral and illegal. But a previous president gave them a preemptive pardon, and didn't even know about that or something. It sets a dangerous precedent. Okay, if somebody does something and they get legal action taken against them, and it deems for whatever reason that the president thinks that should be pardoned, that's fine. But saying, I'm going to give you a preemptive pardon, that way if the next person who comes in decides to like find crimes against you or whatever. Like, we're just not going to let that happen. It's a back and forth, and it's ridiculous.
I was always under the incorrect mindset that in order to get a pardon, you have to have been like convicted of a crime already.
Right. Well, that's how it's supposed to be.
Right. Right. And by the way, shout out to Jim Ass in the chat. What's up, Jim Ass?
Jim Ass.
Jim Ass. Oh shit.
All right, we start with the fast-moving developments out of California.
Actually, I don't want to do the wildfire thing because
We have to go live to Capitol Hill.
In other words, we gave it to him
Where
for
President
nothing,
Trump's
the most
speaking.
expensive structure ever built in the history of our country.
It's funny how much Trump hates windmills. The windmills are driving the whales crazy. Did you ever hear that?
I did.
I laughed so hard at that.
Relatively speaking, the most by far. He lost 38,000 people. They gave it to him for $1, and then they charge more for our ships. It's not going to happen. And China's running the Panama Canal. That's not going to happen either.
Mr. President, on California, Mr. President, during the pandemic, you often said that you didn't believe that you should bail out blue states that you believe were being mismanaged. Given your criticism of Governor Gavin Newsom, are you willing to work with him, and do you believe that federal aid should be provided to California for as long as it takes?
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called the smelt. And for the sake of
The smelt. It's called, he's playing the invisible accordion now, too. It's called the smelt. By the way, get us to 70%. Let's do it. 70%.
75%, and I get myself stoned out of my stupid face.
And I zap myself with an electroshock dog collar at 100% intensity. I'll take my shirt off for it, too.
Nice.
Damn it.
No water.
I need the 75% tonight.
The fire hydrants today in Los Angeles was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
They're really
love
bad.
it.
Okay. They're bad for the whales.
Yeah.
They're just really bad for the birds.
Yeah, it's like, has Trump ever been to the Netherlands? There's a lot of those.
It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is a true tragedy. I know those areas very well. I have many friends living in those houses. That is a true tragedy. Nobody ever thought. I mean, virtually Beverly Hills and areas around Beverly Hills are being decimated. The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know.
Oh no. And a lot of those homes are like someone's third or fourth home. It's like their beach house.
I'm more worried about the areas in LA that like where the poor people live that didn't have insurance, or the people that were renting that lost like literally everything that they own. Like those people that they have these gigantic houses, they also have insurance, and they also have the means to go and stay in a hotel, things like that. These people who have lost everything, they don't have the same opportunities. So yes, it is a tragedy that it's happening, and it's going to affect people either way. But like, we should probably feel worse for the people who it's affecting on a much grander scale.
No, the people with the nicest houses burning down. We need to feel sorry for them.
Nicest houses. I've been there. My friend Jeffrey. My friend Maxine.
Yeah.
One of my friends. I have so many friends.
I saw something today where I guess Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan's podcast the other day, and while he was on it, his house in Malibu burned down.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and they got into like a conversation about evolution and stuff because I don't know, like Mel Gibson, he's a wacko.
No, you talk about a tax.
While we're talking about the fires, I did hear that they caught at least 2 people. I think one of them. Maybe both of them were on bicycles with blowtorches. One of them got arrested for like some kind of probation violation. The other one, I think they let go. I'm pretty sure that was Shabisky.
Oh no!
They couldn't find probable cause.
You're going to lose half your tax base of California. This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water. And yet they have, the water comes from, you know where? Up north. And it comes down at levels, they give millions and millions of barrels of gallons of water that they have, and they send it out into the Pacific. For the Pacific, it's like a drop, it's nothing. But for California, it would take care of the whole state. So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job. With that being said, I got along well with him.
What is he talking about? Like, they get their water from California or from Oregon and Washington. They ship it down there. They put it in a truck. They ship it down I-5. That's how they get their water. And instead, they ship it out to the ocean. Like, what are you really talking about, dude? Like,
It's the windmills. I blame the windmills.
When he was governor, we worked together very well, and we would work together. I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it. But what happened there, I don't think there's anything that I've ever seen quite like it. And the insurance companies are going to have a big problem, because you're talking about big, big dollars.
Oh, no, not the insurance companies.
That's who we should really worry about, is the insurance companies.
Oh, I have no, I thought it was ridiculous that he did that, but we have more important things to talk about. Liz Cheney was, she lost in the Republican Party, as you know, in her state, by the biggest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress. She lost by like 42
The windmills
points.
are
Nobody's
driving
ever
the
lost like that.
whales
So
crazy.
I don't care about Liz Cheney. I care about these people.
What does day one going to look like in the Trump administration?
Number one, we're closing the border. It's going to be closed very strongly. It's going to be closed. And we're going to have to take people out that are criminals. We have people from jails from all over the world and from mental institutions. And as you know, they're going to have to be removed. And it's one of the reasons I won the election in a landslide. The people of this country don't want murderers walking down their farms or their streets or their cities. As you know, we had thousands of people that murdered other people that were in jail that were released into our country. Many of those people murdered more than one person, many of them, about 42% supposedly. We want them out of our country, and we're going to get a country back again, and we're going to be really governed by common sense. These are the principles of common sense. We're not going to be governed by stupid people. We're going to common sense. We're going to be respected all over the world.
Are you about to take office? Like, are you sure about that? He just fucking rambles, man. They ask him a question and he just starts. It sounds like a stream of consciousness ramble. That's what it sounds like.
Again, very soon.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Here's Trump blaming Newsom for the wildfires.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor. He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, he is the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional.
He's made mention, even when he talked about it, when we were just watching the clip of him talking, he keeps saying the north, but he's not saying where. Because like, I remember when he was in office the first time and he talked about like trying to divert water from like the Columbia River or something down to California, and everybody was like, that's the stupidest fucking idea that you've ever had.
Group of reporters here, Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN. What a day. I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And it's not, there's no surprise here that Donald Trump's response to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw when he was in office the first time around, when there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects, or the other governor for different aspects, including not raking the forests and so forth. Can you just kind of, knowing a little bit about this, put into context, never mind the sort of the politics and the questions at the timing of it, but the substance of his accusation?
Yeah, so what he's talking about is an endangered fish that is at the center of a very long water war in California about how much water can flow out of the delta in Northern California and go to Southern California. Trying to explain water politics in California is almost impossible. It goes back generations, and this tiny smelt is part of it.
Yeah, it's the smelt. They only care about the smelt. He who smelt it dealt it.
They're worried about the fish. Forget about the farms, the alfalfa farms that use tons of water because the people who own those farms donate to me. So the water use that they use is okay, all right? But the smelt, the fish, I get no royalties from the fish, so it's very bad. That's why we don't care about the fish.
I think that the larger issue here is that the future president is seemingly trying to start a feud with the governor of a state in the middle of a crisis, a crisis that is being driven by Santa Ana winds, and
the fact that it hasn't rained.
And it hasn't rained. It's been very dry in California. This is a dynamic that has existed in this state forever, and it's why it is a beautiful state, and it is also a state of tragedy repeatedly. I should say I grew up there too.
It's a state of tragedy.
So, getting to the water component, absolutely. It's not just a California thing, and it's an entire Southwest
We have
thing.
a California girl here, we have a Nevada native.
Yes, there are absolutely politics involved in water control and how this water is used in California.
I've always heard the thing about like the almond farms.
Yeah, I heard that too. They use a lot of water as well, like almonds and alfalfa, avocados maybe too.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe, yeah, I guess almonds just take this disproportionate amount of water to grow, especially in a dry climate. So, yeah.
I heard that that there are farmers who will specifically grow alfalfa when they could grow other things because the water consumption of alfalfa is so high, and they have these grandfathered in water rights. And if they use less than the water that they're grandfathered in, like they only get to use next year the same amount of water that they used this year. And so they will continuously grow like these water heavy crops, not because it's what anybody needs or wants or anything like that. It's so that they can continue to be able to consume the same amount of water.
I see.
And elsewhere in these states that are thirsty, are very thirsty. But usually what happens, as we all know, when there is a national and natural disaster is that you reach out to the leaders of the state, you offer them public support and assistance, you say good things about them. Now is usually not the time for politics. But as we all know, we have lived through this once. That is not usually how Donald Trump operates. There had been reporting, even recent reporting, that said that during past natural disasters, when Donald Trump was in office, that he would ask his team how many people supported him in that state and what else they could do for him in order to receive federal funds and federal assistance. So, yeah.
And I just want to say, I did reach out to Governor Newsom's office to see if he wants to respond. It would not be surprising if he didn't. He has a huge crisis on his hands. He was at a press conference last night talking about the gratitude he has from President Biden, still the current president, who has offered federal assistance as much as he needs.
Yeah, and the question is, on the campaign trail, I think it was in October of 2024, Donald Trump was saying that if he got reelected, that he could withhold federal funds from California. Obviously, he has his
Now, if the governor of a state pisses Trump off, he might try to like withhold like federal aid to a state because they don't kiss the ring.
Well, didn't he threaten to do that in his first term as president as well? I mean, like, this is nothing out of the ordinary. Like, it's kind of business as usual for Trump.
The thing is back then he had the Republican establishment to answer to some degree, but now 4 years later, he is the establishment. His family controls the party, and
That's insane.
He's purged a lot of Republicans that didn't like him. Either had to fall in line and start kissing the ring, or they're gone. Like the Liz Cheneys are gone. You know,
the Ryans.
Yeah. Yes. And then like the people like Rubio and Ted Cruz, they fell in line eventually and started kissing his ass, and now they're cool and they're okay. Their jobs are safe.
Sort of a feud.
When John Thune was appointed the Senate Majority Leader, I honestly thought that he was going to kiss the ring a little bit less, that like he might actually have a backbone and stand up to Trump a little bit, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen at all. Everything since he won that election just seems like he is in line with Trump.
No, you have to be if you want to be a Republican, because the Republican Party is the Trump party. So you either you're going independent or joining the Democrats, or your political career is over if you're not going to like kiss the Trump ring. You have to. It's a requirement.
I wonder how lucky Lauren Boebert feels right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, she kind of saw the writing on the wall and thought she was going to lose in her old district, so she went to another one and won there.
Yeah. My boss is from Colorado, so I was pretty keen on all of that was going on. I got to hear all about it. So
yeah, I hate it like when sometimes I see. Go ahead, sorry. I feel gross. Like sometimes I see Lauren Boebert and I think she looks good, and I'm like, oh, she's kind of attractive. Like
you're not alone, man. There are a lot of people, especially the Denver Circle Jerk subreddit. They'll talk about how terrible she is, but how every single one of them would still hit it. But yeah, no, he told me about the whole story about how she lived down south in like Rifle or something, and they owned a restaurant or something like that. And then because she was going to lose re-election, she had to move to like East Colorado, where it's all desert and everything, where all the racist people live, because that was the only way that she would win. Like Ryan Reynolds and Barbara Streisand, I think were.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Getting closer to
Joshy
that 75%.
got a gun. Joshy's got a gun. I like that one. Joshy's got a gun. We're only 10% away.
Away from that 75%. We can
75.
fucking do it.
We can do it. We can do it tonight. I know we can. I believe in all of you.
Gavin Newsom in a feud with almost every
Please.
Democrat governor and senator.
Making 75% of the goal tonight matters.
And Democrat in general. And I think the question going forward is, could that happen? Is this something he's going to actually do when he assumes office? Because he does kind of see the federal government and the budget and the monies as his own, as to dole out as he wishes to his friends. And so I think that's the real question going forward. But it is sort of sad that this is the same president we're getting again, that there are no lessons learned. There's no sense that Californians are Americans, right? That they are struggling in these areas. 2 people have lost their lives. These fires haven't been contained.
I'm surprised more people haven't died. Like what's the, because this is a little old, like a couple days old. What's the total death toll? Do we know?
So yesterday I heard, as I was driving to pick my girlfriend up from work in the evening, the death toll last night was 11. It could be, it's more than likely higher than that now. And these are, as far as I know, these are just the confirmed deaths. It's not like missing people that are unaccounted for like that. It's just, these are the confirmed bodies.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It looks like they're probably going to get worse before they get better, and that he doesn't have any sort of empathy.
Why do I hear like a dial-up modem? Did you hear that?
I feel like that's the connection at CNN or something.
Yeah,
like
what is that?
People have lost their lives. These fires haven't been contained at all. It looks like they're probably going to get worse before they get better, and that he doesn't have any sort of.
Is someone connecting to AOL right now? Hello, welcome. You've got mail.
Empathy.
I want to see what our people in our AIM messenger have to say about this story.
Yeah.
and understanding about over what these folks are going through. People have families there. Not only you might have families still there. I have family there and friends as well. So it's just sad and still shocking.
Literally, as you're speaking, what we're looking at are live pictures.
Do you know anyone who's been personally affected by these wildfires? Or
No.
not wildfires, but fires. Yeah.
not like close. Like I've known people who live in the Los Angeles area. I can't think of anyone right now. Like I used to know a ton of people that lived there, and then like most of them have moved away. There was that big surge of YouTubers. Like once the money started rolling in, they all moved to LA. Like a bunch of them that I knew. I moved here instead. That seemed more sensible to me. So
Probably.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's company that she works for is based in Malibu, and that's where her boss lives. And her boss's house burnt down.
Damn. Yeah. I mean, Trump mentioned it earlier, but I am like, man, these insurance companies, are they going to try to get out of pay? Like, oh, no, we don't cover wildfires. We cover arson or whatever.
Well, I think that what you're going to see is there's going to be like a huge line, like right down so there's going to be a line, and on the higher end side of it, the houses and the people that are on the higher end side of that like money line are all going to get their shit taken care of. But if you're on that lower side of that money line, there's going to be some reason, some technicality, something that for some reason it doesn't pay out in the interest. Oh, sorry.
That's crazy because it's going to cost them more to replace the nicer homes.
But would it cost them more in court to deny them?
That's true.
Kinda, like, yeah, because I feel like those are the people that have the money that can actually fight these people. So
yeah, the courts,
Yep.
like going to court is a rich man's game. The courts are not there to protect regular people. Only the people that can afford to pay legal fees. That's it.
Of neighborhoods in LA County burning. I mean, the roof there is literally on fire. And as we heard
see
from local officials, LA officials,
I think it's metaphorically on fire.
In the last hour, they just can't contain it. You can see the wind there. You can see how aggressive the wind there. I mean, just talking to people, you've probably been talking to your family there. The Santa Ana winds are so strong and they're so hot that it's impossible for them to contain now. At this point, it is just about taking cover and staying as safe as possible and as far away from that as possible.
Right, and hoping that the coastal layer blows back in eventually. Certainly in fires like this, they are trying to draw lines, but the lines are being crossed by the fire.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
well,
they definitely
I assume we'll hear
right.
from President Biden at some point. It is definitely odd timing that he is there. As he said to Susan Page, our friend, he is awaiting the birth of his first great-grandchild somewhere in that area.
Jesus. Public workers praise Social Security Fairness Act. All right.
Thousands of public workers in our state could soon see a boost in their Social Security benefits. Now, this comes after President Biden signed legislation that does away with certain reductions. NBC Connecticut's Matt Austin has reaction.
Yeah, so Kevin, many tell me that this is just hard-earned money, and it's going to go a long way to helping cover the bills. Now, supporters of this measure say they have been working for decades to help make this day possible.
It's just life-changing. It's just life-changing.
Yeah, I know a few people that, like, they didn't pay into Social Security because they were public employees, and they paid into, like, a public employee pension. So this is actually kind of huge. They're opening up Social Security for these other people also.
Yeah, this is
great.
Yeah.
Graham retired after teaching for nearly 40 years.
Yeah, teachers, like public school teachers fit into
Now
this.
she's among thousands in the state that could see increased Social Security benefits.
How are you feeling? Is it just like a total relief right now?
It is because, especially the winter months are hard because you need heating.
At a ceremony on Sunday, President Biden signed the Social Security Fairness Act after it easily passed in Congress.
It means people would not face a reduction in benefits that they earned from working one job just because they receive a pension from another public one. According to Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, repealing the so-called windfall elimination provision will affect more than 22,000 beneficiaries in Connecticut. They could see an average $360 increase per month. Also, the bill does away with a cut in spousal benefits for some public workers. We're told eliminating the government pension offset will impact nearly 22,000 retirees in the state who could receive on average a $700 to more than $1,100 increase per month. Besides teachers, other public workers potentially seeing the boost in benefits include police officers and firefighters.
Oh, this helps pay for groceries. It helps cover a monthly bill and take some of the pressures off of being on a fixed retirement income. That's when it really sinks in to say, wow, this is big.
Cool. Now lower the age.
Big deal for a lot of workers out there now. This new law affects benefits.
Yeah, I remember the conversation for the longest time was always like increasing it. Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that?
Apparently we aren't the same person because we've just now been seen in the same place at the same time.
How did that happen?
Payable after December 2023. Social Security says it's still working on a timeline for implementing the new law. And coming up at 6, how it could affect worker shortages right here in the state. Reporting live, Matt Austin, NBC Connecticut News. Guys, back to you.
Roger Wilco says, I've been an independent contractor for like 25 years. I'm fucked when it comes to Social Security. Best I can do is invest in a mutual fund. I'm kind of the same way. I would highly recommend a Roth self-directed IRA because it's kind of the same thing as like a 401k from your employer, but it's something that you do yourself. So kind of something, just a suggestion. You may think that it's too late, but honestly, like the way that I had a buddy who was always like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to die. Like, I'm going to die before I have to worry about any of that. And I'm like, okay, but let's think about the worst case scenario. What if you live? Like, what if you live past like the age of retirement and you've got nothing saved and like you're completely fucked and you can't work, but you can't die, and like you're just in this terrible place where like you're relying on the state to take care of you, and it's terrible and awful. So I'm like, oh shit, that's a good point. That's
yes,
what terrifies me.
It's true. One thing you can do as a private contractor, which I know hindsight and everything, and you can't like go back in time and change it, but you can incorporate as an S corp and
incorporated escorts,
S corporation, okay. Which
gotcha,
basically means like you issue yourself a W-2 and pay yourself as if you're an employee, and then at the end of the year, you have to pay Social Security and Medicare taxes as well.
But you actually get that back, when you're older and shit.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so you pay into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Republicans hold closed-door meeting to discuss Trump overhaul.
This could go.
House Republicans holding a weekend strategy session looking ahead to President-elect Trump's new term as Speaker Johnson reveals Trump favors a conservative policy overhaul in one sweeping package. Joining us now with more from that meeting is GOP Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, great to see you this morning. So you've had a fun week. You all had some drama on Friday, but you came up with a speaker. And then you all met, huddled privately off campus yesterday. Tell us about that meeting and what you all arrived at.
Well, I thought it was a tremendous meeting, and I think that one of the most important things to gain from that meeting is what an historic time we're at right now. The fact that Donald Trump was able to win with a mandate.
With a mandate. That's what they keep saying now. And I knew he was going to do this when he won the popular vote. They keep saying it's a mandate.
What does that mean with a mandate? What is that supposed to mean?
That's their talking point. What they mean is he won the popular vote, and even they were surprised about that. So now,
because he's the first Republican to win the popular vote since like what, Reagan or something?
I think George Bush might have won it the second time. I think.
Oh, right. Second time, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, this is why I tell people I don't like the philosophy where they're like, oh, the state I live in isn't a swing state, so it's either going to go, it doesn't matter if I vote or not because it's going to go this one way, and it doesn't matter. Like, the side I want will win anyway, or the other side, you know, depending on where you are.
Well, okay, but here, like, I'm kind of on the other side of that because, like, the people who are aggressively like, oh, because all cards on the table, I didn't vote for Trump or Harris. And I've had people go, oh, well, you're part of the problem. I'm not, okay? I'm not, because the Electoral College is the problem. The Electoral College is the system that we have that decides the president.
It is a problem.
So until we have an Electoral College or some other kind of system where, like, if I live in a state that's going to go extremely one way or extremely the other, that my vote counts in any kind of capacity, like, until that system is different, like, don't tell me that I'm part of the problem.
I don't think you're part of the problem, but I will say, like, it's still important to vote for the popular vote in of itself because of something like this, where now he's going to constantly tout that he won the popular vote, and if simply just more people would have voted for the other candidate, he wouldn't have won the popular vote. And I know the Electoral College, you know, decides who wins, but it's still important to have those numbers out there. And especially when you live in a state that's all mail-in voting and you don't even have to go anywhere to vote. You can, like, just put it in the mailbox. I think. Okay,
don't get me wrong. I said that I didn't vote for Harris or for Trump. I didn't say that I didn't vote. I absolutely did vote for president. I wrote someone in who I believe in personally, who I think would have been a better president than either one of the choices that we did. So I voted for my principles. And I do agree. It is 100% important to vote. It's very important to vote in local elections, if not more so than the presidential election. But it is important to vote in the presidential election. And I felt like I live in a place where it doesn't have to be the Cowboys versus the Broncos. I mean, that's the best way that I can really, like, relate it to.
There's
how
plenty
I was
of
feeling.
people that I would have rather have had be president, but yeah, I voted for the person I liked better.
And that's fair. And, like, I you know, that's what most people do. That's the normal system and everything. I just felt like it was, I feel like it's personally hypocrisy. And so I was trying to do something that I felt like I could be okay with my
It just
principles.
sounds doomer pilled to me a little bit. You know, like, I don't know. I think, like, the numbers should be there to show. I think it shows. I think it speaks to the flaw of the Electoral College even more when the winner of the Electoral College didn't win the popular vote. And I think that's something that when it happens enough, it's something that should be examined more and more.
And don't get me wrong, if I thought that like, if there was a movement to change the Electoral College or, you know, to something better, I would more than likely, if it was, you know, logical and made sense, I would be completely behind it, because I don't necessarily think the system that we have in place is the best system to have. But in the meantime, like, this is the system that we do have. And so at the very least, like, I can say, you know, this is the way that
I fell for this same bullshit. I voted for Jill Stein years ago. I just don't, I don't like, I don't know. I see it now as we need to, like, show them the numbers to show them that how faulty the Electoral College actually is.
I think that when we have a candidate that can get the numbers, that will actually show the numbers. That's how I feel about it. But
well, I think a lot of people didn't vote because they didn't think it mattered. Like, if more people would have voted, like, in a place where they thought their vote didn't matter, which it didn't, but it also kind of, it matters because, look, like, the popular vote technically shouldn't matter, but we keep hearing about it, and he's going to keep doing it. I got a mandate. I won with a mandate. He's basically saying, like, he's ordained by God, you know? So, I don't know.
The DNC should take notice and put up better fucking candidates. Jesus Christ. Because, like, it's been since Hillary, man. Like, I don't know. Kamala might have made a decent president. She would have been a better president than Hillary Clinton and probably even Joe Biden.
Who's the better candidate?
versus like Kamala or Trump? Is that
No,
what you're
I mean,
asking?
like you said they should have had a better one. Who?
I think that like the best person that they could have put forward would have been AOC.
I don't.
It's all a show anyway, man. Fucking lean into it. Like, let's get Camacho fucking Terry Crews fucking idiocracy president. Like,
and the fact that the Republicans were able to take back the
Doomer
Senate
pill.
and yes, a very slim majority in the House. But this is a moment where we have to make sweeping changes. We have to make a difference to the American people. And I think we're in a great position.
Jesse Ventura wasn't running, and neither was Bernie. Like they didn't want to run. So like we can name all, and I'm addressing the chat. We can name all these people that we think could have been better, but like when none of them are actually running, voting for them isn't going to make a difference. Because
out of all the people that I've seen run out of the last few election cycles, I think that Pete Buttigieg, as far as Democrats go, would have probably made a better candidate than some of these people that we went forward. And I really thought that it was hypocritical of the DNC and everything. Buttigieg and Harris both dropped out at the same time, and then whoop, what do you know? Both got cabinet positions in the administration. Like, how hypocritical is that? Kamala Harris is calling Joe Biden racist, saying that little girl was me, and then all of a sudden she's his vice president. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Position to do that. It reminds me of maybe our founding. It's that important, or even what Lincoln faced during the Civil War. We have a president who is a rough-hewn entrepreneur.
What I was asking for, by the way, was Democratic presidential candidates that would have like actually ran. Buttigieg could have, because he has in the past. Jesse Ventura,
right, and that's why
I would have voted. I love Jesse Ventura. He's like my dream candidate for president. He's old, like he's around the age of like Trump and Biden. He doesn't want to be president.
Was it Al Franklin?
Al
Franken,
the SNL writer.
Wasn't he a comedian who became a politician for a little while?
He became a senator, and then he got canceled. Some woman accused him of sexual harassment, and he had to resign.
Yeah, I seem to remember that like he was actually a pretty efficient politician.
Yeah, he was. He was one of the head writers on Saturday Night Live for a very, very long time. And he did like a lot of when they tried to do Air America radio, he was like the Rush Limbaugh of like left-wing talk radio for a little while before he ran for office.
I think that's what's really missing right now. Like, you've got all of these right-wing rags, and you've got these people like fucking Lars Larson and Dana Lash and what's that fucking the Newsmax, Glenn Beck, like all of these D-bags who have these big
Blaze,
platforms.
yeah.
Yeah, like you need people on the left who are just as like committed. Like, get on the fucking radio AM stations and like get out there to all of these places and whatnot. Like,
by the way, the primaries need to be taken. The primaries should no longer be held by the parties, because they get to make their own rules, and we've seen them with like the superdelegates and everything. The primaries should be ran just like a general election, if we're going to even have primaries.
Doesn't ranked choice voting kind of eliminate the party control a little bit?
It's still like the parties still decide who gets in the debates and all this other shit. So I don't know. Obviously, there has to be limits. They can't have like every wacko running for president be in the debates. But they selectively suppress people that they see. Populism is a nightmare to the political parties. That's why the establishment Republicans did not like Trump at all, and then Trump just took over the party. But like
that's why the establishment Democrats didn't like Bernie.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Like, because he was a more populist candidate, and normally an independent too, an outsider. So and they had superdelegates. Where it's funny, the Democratic Party, they have it in their name, wasn't democratic with their primaries. They had these people in place to prevent the person they didn't want from getting in. And you know where that came from? It was Obama beating Hillary before that. They wanted Hillary to run against John McCain, and they got Obama instead. And they're like, holy shit, Obama just like took this away, you know?
Have you heard of Obama's connection to Star Trek Voyager?
No, I know The Rock was on an episode of Star Trek Voyager.
So Obama's presidency.
Oh no! I know this. Yeah. That's how he got into the Senate, because the Republican that held that seat was married to 7 of 9, and he was taking her to like kinky sex clubs and shit, and she blew that all open and like got him. Yes, I do know that. I do know that.
So whenever you say thanks Obama, you should really be saying thanks 7 of 9.
Yeah, Jerry Ryan.
Yeah,
I had a crush on her back in the day.
Oh, dude, do you know the first suit that she wore on that show? She had to be sewn into.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why it changed. Like, I don't know if it was like the first or second season or something, but like her outfit changed to a less like ridiculously tight suit, and so. But yeah. Anyway.
But yes, Jerry Ryan was married to a Republican senator for Illinois, and he.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I forgot about that, and then you started saying it. I'm like, oh yeah. That I remember reading about that. I have to go to the bathroom really quick, so I'll be right back. All right.
All right, you guys. It is 10:19 on the West Coast right now. We have been live streaming the show for over 4 hours, and we are at what does that say? My finger doesn't work here. Look, 65% of the goal. Okay, we are so close. Ben wanted to try to get to 75%, so we're almost there. I believe in you. We can do it, but like I can't hang out all night. It's getting late here, and I was over here in Jeff's studio watching his kid, hanging out with him, with the dog and the kid while they went out. They're back now, so like I could technically go home, like I'm allowed to. I'm trying to hang out and get us a little bit closer to that goal. So if you guys could help out, that's greatly appreciated. If you can't, if you don't want to or whatever, that's cool. But at least like the stream, if you would, that's appreciated. So West Coast, Best Coast. That's right. Hillary cucked Bernie. Fuck yeah, she did. And we are all the lesser for it. So not even like a kink kind of cuck, just like the most disrespectful kind of cuck. So the bot in the chat keeps posting the link for the Jeff and Ben Portland video. I did want to say I believe that I have a cameo in that video. So if you go to Patreon and pay the $3 and get that, you might actually get to see me.
Oh yeah, you are.
Yeah, I think Jeff stole a pumpkin. Uh-oh.
I repurposed a pumpkin. Okay, they weren't doing anything with it. I repurposed it.
What is it when it was a socialist pumpkin? I'm sure. Like you were redistributing. He was redistributing the wealth of the pumpkin.
Right.
That's
the people's pumpkin.
The people's pumpkin. So, but yeah. So I hope that like wherever you are in the world, if it's early, if it's late, whatever, being safe, having fun, doing things. So JF. JF. I get told that I'm disrespectful for doing the Mama JF voice. I'm not allowed to do it. If you only care about unions, find a party besides the Democrats and the Republicans. If you care about education, find a different party. If you care about infrastructure, find a different party. Yes, absolutely. Both parties suck. The two-party system's kind of shit. So, but yeah. Let's see. So it is 10:22 right now. Can we try to hit the goal by 10:35? That's a little over 10 minutes. I think that's pretty. I mean, so the goal is 75% of the goal. It's not like the actual. Yeah. So we're only 10% away. So we're trying to hit that 75% of the weekly goal. We must break the Jeff's people's pumpkin. Yes, exactly. So, who else wishes that JF would have gotten now instead of Mama JF. But the world would have been better off that way. And who else thinks that that Jared and Jessica could be a streaming super couple, like power couple? That's what it's called, a power couple, streaming lol cow power couple. I'm watching my face. Well, I'm a real man. I'm gonna kick your ass. That's what I see going back and forth. Like, just think about that. Think about like both of them at their worst, and then think about them together at their worst towards each other. I'm not gonna mention that word with the W to Jeff ever, because like that just opens up the ability for him to just kind of go off. and then I have to start hearing about how nobody can afford fast food anymore. So just tell us where the body is. Her parents need closure. For sure. Everybody needs closure. Like the internet misses Mama JF. She was the best part of JF Gary Epi. He's pretty terrible. Yeah, I know about Wendy's. I caught part of that stream, actually. I don't remember what I was doing exactly, but I remember hearing him go off and just being like, man, he's drunk. He's like really drunk. Justice for Mama JF. I agree. It sucks. I don't think that like I was even exposed to Mama JF until either very soon before she disappeared or like right around the time that she did disappear. That was about the time that I got my first exposure to Mama JF. Nazi JF is the worst JF. I did see the video where Mama JF was admitting to being a PDF file, and I was like, I don't even know if she knows what she's saying. She seems like she might not be Mama JF's dad. Quit stalling. Where is Mama JF? Mama JF's mom. We just want closure. Yeah. You miss when we looked JF? You mean booked? I heard that he was on this show. Like, he used to pay $100 a month or whatever so that he could be on here and like shill his YouTube or whatever. By the way, my YouTube channel doesn't exist, so I'm not going to do that. If you thought I was going in a different direction, that's not where I was going. I will shill Jeff's though, because that's the channel that I do stuff on. So if you want to see more of me, you can probably subscribe to him, and maybe you will. Maybe you won't. So is Mama JF his mother or something? She wasn't a meme back when I was a regular. No, so Mama JF was his girlfriend, who he apparently had at least one or two kids with. I'm not like super entrenched in the JF Gary Epi lore. I did kind of catch it because like I thought it was hilarious. Jeff's Mama JF impression is fucking spot on. The autistic one, probably autistic. I'm not 100% if she is, but she definitely seems like she could be on the spectrum. That's why I said when she was talking about being a PDF file, I was like, I don't know if she's really aware of the things that she's admitting to. So, oh no, that's right. The autistic one was the 19-year-old. Okay, no, Mama JF may be on the spectrum, but no, not that one, not that one. It is a different one. Yes, it is absolutely a different one. Mama JF, I believe, was in her 30s. She talked like this. She was very clearly from Quebec. She had a French accent. I'm not, like I said, I'm not as good as Jeff. It cracks me up anytime that Jeff does the Mama JF voice. I will just start laughing uncontrollably. It's kind of ridiculous. So. How did I get left alone with the chat this long? Like, what's going on here? Oh, man. I was like, let's try to hit the goal in less than 10 minutes because I thought Ben was going to be back, but he's still not here. So it's all right. It's all right. So did I tell you guys that I have a news show that I do with Jeff called Nightly News this morning, where we talk about stuff? Well, we actually do. So I don't know if I explained it or not. We have a subscription to Ground News, and we will go through Ground News because it's an agitator, but it shows you like where the bias distribution is. So you can look at if a article is mostly being reported on by the left or mostly being reported on by the right, who owns the article. So you can kind of like pull the bias out. And so what we've been doing is we've been picking up a few segments every day that we go live, which we try to do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. We've been going through and showing on the Ground News site. Yeah, we don't have a Ground News sponsorship, unfortunately. Not a sponsor. It's just something that we use for content, kind of farming it. So we should get an affiliate link. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I just got an affiliate link for Schedule 35. They do like shrooms and shit, like shroom pills and shroom tea and all that. And they ship to a surprising amount of states.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they shipped it, and I hear that it's been decriminalized.
Oh, yeah. You're good there.
I definitely don't know anything about that.
Yeah. They actually sent me a care package. I have to make like a unboxing video for that shit pretty soon here.
People seem like it.
I have some here right now. See, they come in like, let's see. They come in these little pouches like this.
Mm-hmm.
And these, there's 5 pills in here, 100 milligrams each.
Damn.
Yeah. But there's like those, that's for microdosing, but they also have like what they call like super dose. And these are 5 milligrams or 500 milligrams each. And there's 4 of them.
So how many super doses do you think that a person who was roughly like 190 pounds would have to take to get some really good visuals?
It depends on their, like, do they take any, are they used to shrooms at all?
It's probably been a few years.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
It's hard to say. But yeah, they even have like a microdosing plan where like your on days and your off days and then like here's like the recreational recommendations and everything. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, it seems pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, let's watch. Trump claims he will reverse Biden's offshore drilling ban. But he's worried about the windmills driving the whales crazy, but he wants to drill for oil in the ocean.
But the oil won't do anything. The drills for the oil won't do anything to the whales. It's only the windmill.
Only the windmills.
The windmills.
President Biden announced a ban on new offshore drilling along most of the U.S. coastline today. The White House says the ban will protect 625 million acres of ocean along the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Bering Sea. The Biden administration is hoping the move will protect against President-elect Trump's plans to boost oil and gas production during his second term. In an interview with Hugh Hewitt this morning, President-elect Trump vowed to reverse the ban, calling the move ridiculous and saying he would, quote, unban it immediately. Joining me now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell from a very snowy North Lawn. Kelly.
By the way, we're trying really hard to get to that sweet 75%. We're only 10% away. Let me do the math on this. Are you good at math? Because I have to use a calculator for like everything.
Not really good, especially when I'm really stoned.
Yeah, like how much more okay. How many more dollars do we need to get to 75%? So we're at 65 right now.
What's the total goal?
900.
So what is that like?
900 minus 75%. So 75% is $675. So
less than $100 away. That's like 85-ish, 85-90-ish.
588, 66. $86.34 is all we need to get to 75%. About tree fitty.
About tree fitty. Goddamn Loch Ness monster.
Can Trump actually reverse the ban as he said he would this morning?
It is not as easy as it might appear. You would think if one president can authorize something, another president might be able to reverse it, as you indicated. But what we have learned is that case law suggests that it is actually Congress who would have to take action. And what President Biden is aiming to do here is to follow through on his pledges related to energy conservation, climate protection, environmental issues. And many of the areas within the 625 million acres are close in coastal areas, and they are not considered to be prime areas for oil.
I always wonder, like, do they have to be standing out front of the White House to talk about what's going on at the White House? Like, I get it. I know what the White House is. I don't need them standing out. Them standing out front of it doesn't make it any more in-depth of coverage for me.
I always assumed that they were standing in front of a green screen and they've got just like a camera pointed out at the White House with the live feed, and they superimpose them in the studio.
Nope.
They're like, oh, look, the White House, they do stand.
There we go.
So,
tree fitty.
Oh,
that's
tree fitty.
That's very helpful with the tree fitty. Thank you. But no, they're actually there. Another one that's even crazier is when there's like a hurricane or like a volcano eruption, and they're just like standing in front of it. Like, we know it's there.
What I think is hilarious is she's like, oh, well, actually, Trump can't reverse this. It would actually have to be Congress. You mean the Republican-controlled Congress that, like, Trump has in his pocket now?
Yep.
So he can't. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yep.
Production. So in some ways, this would sort of solidify those areas right off the coastline as being protected from this. Now, President Trump can certainly try to unwind this, but he also tried to do that in his first term with an Obama-era matter, and the court said that Congress needed to act. And when you get Congress involved, certainly with a Republican Congress, he may be able to do that. But at the same time, you might also have all the local interests from coastal-related members of Congress who would also have concerns. And so the issue is there enough energy production without this? The Biden administration says yes. President Trump says this is a way to undermine his administration right before it comes into office.
And Kelly, quickly, before I let you go, the production covers areas mostly that haven't seen a lot of interest from oil companies for drilling purposes. So is this mostly a symbolic gesture on the president's part?
It is in some ways symbolic, but it's also to try to reinforce that those areas nearest to the coastline would be protected in terms of what he says would be irreversible damage if there were drilling in those close-in areas. Most oil production is much farther out at sea, and so these are the outer continental shelf along the coastline. So the experts will debate the validity of what could be there, but it is also something that will be tested.
Kelly O'Donnell, live for us on the White House North Lawn. Kelly, thank you.
Thanks for watching.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thanks.
I don't know if there's a direct correlation or not, but I know that so like when I lived in Houston, we would go down to like Galveston and the coast and whatnot, and you could see the oil rigs out on the ocean and stuff, and like the beaches were just trash. Like there was garbage everywhere. It was gross. Whereas like, and again, I'm not saying that this is a correlation or anything, but the West Coast doesn't have oil rigs. Coast is less trash. I don't know. West Coast, best coast.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of East Coast experience. Like I grew up in the Eastern time zone, but the coastal parts, I didn't really come near that much. Like I've been to New York City a couple times, and I went to Florida when I was like in the 7th grade, and that's really all the like actual coastal experience I have.
Yeah, so I lived in a suburb outside of Cincinnati that was actually in Kentucky, but
Yeah,
Cincinnati
I know
was
where
a
that is.
city. Yeah, and when we lived there, I drove my kids to Washington D.C. for a weekend, and we went around and we checked out Washington D.C. That's as close to the East Coast as I've ever been, and it's not even like actually on the coast. You can't see like the ocean from there or anything like that. So
Yeah, I've never been to D.C. It wasn't a far drive. Like I grew up in northern Ohio, like the other side of Ohio.
It's definitely stressful to drive in DC for sure, but all of the museums there are free, and that's really fucking cool. There's like so many museums. You could spend a week and still not go to all of the museums, and you don't have to pay to go to any of them. It's really cool.
Let's see here. Here's legal analyst reacts to Giuliani being held in contempt.
Rudy Giuliani in contempt. This afternoon, a federal judge held Rudy Giuliani in contempt for failing to turn over information to those two former Georgia election workers whom he defamed after the 2020 election. They continue to try to collect the $150 million in damages that the court ordered him to pay them. Let's bring in CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polance and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Caitlin, what happened in court today?
Well, Rudy Giuliani, he got sanctioned. He got held in contempt of court. What that means is he wasn't following the court's orders, and the judge, Louis Lyman, in federal court in Manhattan.
What a fall from grace, you know? Like, he was the guy who cleaned up New York, and like he was America. Like, I didn't buy into it, the America's Mayor thing, but people did, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah. So, and I will say, being mayor of New York City is different than being mayor of most places. Like, it's massive, you know.
The largest city in the United States.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like being, you know, the executive of your own little nation. Well, it's not little, but you know what I mean. Like a micronation. I don't know. But yeah, I even back then, even like post 9/11, I was like, so we think this guy is fit to be president because he happened to be the mayor when 9/11 happened? I don't know. I mean, I guess he didn't do a really... What he did that made him mayor was, like, he got the, like, mob out of New York City. Like, he started, like, cracking down on the mafia.
Yeah, wasn't he like, responsible for, like, the stop and frisk policies and stuff? That really, yeah, like, was, like, the hard-on crime mayor, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and, like, there was a time where, like, Times Square, you didn't go down to Times Square. There was no reason to. Like, that kind of shit. A lot of that shit got cleaned up.
Said he was being willfully
But, yeah, it was like... The stop and frisk shit was taken advantage of so much.
Right.
They could just claim they smelled weed on you, and then that gave them the right to search you. It's like, you can't prove who smelled what.
So he gets punished. The punishment is that he's not going to be able to argue things he wanted to argue at an upcoming trial. All of this is about a condo that he says he's living in.
Dude, he is Nosferatu. He is.
Now, primarily.
Like from the original German horror film. Yeah. He is horrific. Dude, that shit from the Borat movie was so sketch.
So that was from the second one, right? I didn't actually... I just knew that it was something about like he was trying to get him to sleep with his daughter or something like that.
So Borat, there was an attractive actress that plays Borat's daughter. Okay. Right. And she poses as like a Eastern European reporter, and Giuliani gets her like up in his room with him. And there's like a point where like Giuliani has his pants down and shit. It is really weird. Like he was very weird, and he didn't realize this woman was an actress and that he was being recorded, you know? So it's very strange. Yeah.
As his residence in Florida, Palm Beach, it's worth about $3.5 million. Ruby and Shay Moss want access to that condo. They want to take it from him and sell it. He's trying to convince the judge he should be able to keep it. So he's getting dinged on that. But there's other things. He was on the stand in person in Manhattan before this judge on Friday, and then again over video conference today. And he was telling the judge, you know, there were things he hasn't handed over to these women still.
Yeah, there's a part where he's like laying on the bed in the hotel with his pants down and with his hand down his pants while she's standing there. Yeah.
Mayor, ladies and gentlemen,
Dude, mayor. What is he doing? Was he like laying there hoping she'd start doing stuff? Like, I feel like that's...
You just wanted an innocent massage, Ben. That's all. Just an innocent... His back, his sciatica was acting up, and he assumed that she was going to help jerk off his sciatica.
That's what I was saying, like...
He has been told he must under a court order, and he's just getting them now the title to his Mercedes-Benz, a classic car, convertible that he was driving around on election day. And he's just now finding a watch that his grandfather gave him, and he held it up in court on the video conference to show the judge that he finally got it out of a safety deposit box.
And where does the case go from here?
Well, it does head to trial in 10 days.
Yeah, he's supposed to like surrender all this shit because he lost this lawsuit and he owes all this money.
Good. I hope that he does have to surrender everything, and I hope that it sets a precedent in the legal system and they hold Alex Jones like actually responsible for some of that money that he still owes.
Isn't it like $1 billion or something?
Over $1 billion, yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Just about the Palm Beach condo and 4 World Series rings from Yankees wins in the 90s and 2000. So they're going to talk about the facts on whether he can keep those things. And then Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, they're going to keep trying to collect all of those other items. They're going to try and find the Joe DiMaggio jersey that Giuliani says he can't find, but it's quite valuable, that he owns. They're going to still try and get access to and sell that $6.5 million New York apartment, the Mercedes-Benz they want to sell off. There are questions here of whether he would face more contempt issues. And even outside of this court in Manhattan, he has a hearing on Friday here in D.C. before a different judge, also related to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who want to hold him in contempt for a different thing.
Ellie, do these two women have any chance of collecting any portion at all of the $148 million judgment?
Well, Jake, they surely will recover some portion of it, but sadly, that portion is probably going to be 10% or less of the $150 million or so they're owed. First of all, as Caitlin alluded to, there are a lot of other people who Rudy Giuliani owes money to. Second of all, he just doesn't have enough assets. And even the assets that we're talking about here, the Manhattan home, the Florida home, if you total those up, it's about $10 million, which is less than 10% of the total amount that Ruby Moss and Shay Freeman are owned. So they are pursuing his assets, as is their right, but the reality is they're never going to be made whole.
This is just one case against Rudy Giuliani surrounding his conduct having to do with the 2020
He has like a
election.
really expensive car too. I think it was like a Rolls Royce or something.
Mercedes-Benz, I think.
Okay,
Same, yeah.
Mercedes-Benz. Okay.
Have you ever seen anything like what's happening with Rudy in these legal battles?
I really have not, Jake, and he fully has earned it for himself. It is fitting that this is happening on January 6th because as a result of Rudy Giuliani's behavior before, during, and after January 6, 2021, he's now been found liable for defamation in this case and several others. He's under 2 different criminal indictments.
I wanted to say real quick, I'm going to have to call it here in
Sure,
about like 15 minutes. So like trying to give the chat 15 more minutes for that like 5 fucking rips in a row. Get us that 10% more that we need to
And
get.
the zap, yeah. If you're out there and you got a couple to spare, it's baby steps. It builds upon. So like one of you gives 2, another one of you gives 5, another one of you gives 10, and then it adds up, you know?
Right.
He was named as a co-conspirator in Jack Smith's indictment, and he's lost his law license in every jurisdiction where he used
That's crazy.
to be able to practice. So
He's been disbarred from like every state he was licensed in.
it's been a precipitous fall, Jake, from a man who once was quite respected in legal and prosecutorial circles, and now
he's on the other side of it now. He's the criminal now.
become, frankly, a bit of a laughingstock, and really,
Yeah, that's what he there's a list of people who gave their life away to help Trump.
Yeah. Roger Moore, is that who it was?
Roger Stone?
Stone, right, Roger Stone.
And then Cohen, Stone is still
Cohen.
yeah, Michael Cohen is against Trump now cuz he took the fall for Trump. So, but yes, Roger Stone definitely. Was it Bannon? Wasn't Bannon convicted at one point? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Tragic figure of his own making.
And Giuliani in that courthouse where he's having to testify, being held in contempt, that's a courthouse where he was at the ribbon cutting when he was mayor, when they opened that building. There's pictures of him in the lobby. So just this fall from grace sitting there in Manhattan at the defendant's table is so astonishing to see in that courtroom, and quite a situation for Judge Lehman to have to grapple with and decide what to do here.
Yeah. Misty, while we have you, there was a bit of news that just came down, and that is that a federal judge has found Rudy Giuliani in contempt for failing to turn over information to 2 former Georgia election workers that he defamed after the 2020 election. Remember, they're pursuing Giuliani for $150 million in damages. They've had a hard time trying to collect that. Giuliani's had all sorts of issues after he was found liable in court over this. What would be next in the case, Misty?
So right now, yeah, this is an issue about his Palm Beach residence primarily, and whether or not that can be used to satisfy the judgment. And his argument is this is
so he's losing a house over this
residence, and there's laws in Florida that help shield your private residence from being something that would be subject to judgment collection. So that's where this all stems from. This hearing was about all of these documents and information and evidence that he was supposed to turn over to establish whether or not it would qualify under those restrictions as far as collection. And he admitted, Boris, in his contempt hearing that he did fail to turn over evidence and information that he was supposed to and he was ordered to do. He gave excuses, but he said that he didn't do it. And that was really, the nail in the coffin, because at that point, it was almost inevitable we're going to see this contempt finding. This means that additional charges can be added. There's going to be additional financial penalties relating to this. And also now all of that stuff that he needs to turn over has to be done ASAP. So there's a lot of legal repercussions coming down the pike with respect to this contempt hearing that's outside of all of his other legal troubles.
So something that Jeff was saying in the last news show that we did is that now Trump is in this position where he can't really be held accountable for anything that he does. He is above the law.
Yeah.
But the people surrounding Trump, all of these people who helped build him up, are all having these major fall from graces and being held accountable and kind of taking the fall for him. So I hope that these people fucking are happy with the decisions that they've made.
The one thing I didn't see was the Supreme Court swinging so far to the right and having religious conservatives taking over and running the court. I did not foresee that in my lifetime, and Roe v. Wade going away. I was always kind of told Roe v. Wade's not going anywhere because they already made a judgment on that. But now I can see how easily past judgments can be overturned. So what's to stop them from other Supreme Court judgments in the past, like the same-sex marriage one? That went to the Supreme Court. That could easily be overturned, and then they send it back to the states. And
that was one. That's something that you hear these religious fundamentals saying. They're like, oh, now that Trump's getting back into office, we need to talk about the same-sex marriage thing because this shouldn't be the way that it is. And it's this has been same-sex marriage has been allowed since it
was 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long fucking time ago. There's never been any problem with that.
So
any reason back and say, oh, this is an issue and we need to actually get rid of this.
It started being allowed on a state-by-state basis first, and then it was taken to the Supreme Court, and I think it was 2015 when it happened. I'll have to look that up, but yeah. And then
because it used to be the big joke before it was federally recognized as marriage and whatnot. It was oh, these gay guys are going to move to Vermont because it's legal to get married in Vermont.
It's June 26, 2015 is when because for a while there, a lot of states had it written into their constitution banning it. So they needed a Supreme Court ruling to get rid of that.
Right. Yeah. And now they can go back and just erase anything that they want because
and then I'm would they have to honor the marriages that already happened, or do those get erased?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
All of these questions nobody knows until this shit starts happening, and I really hope that this whole talk about erasing same-sex marriage is literally just talk from the religious extremists on the right, and there isn't an actual political.
That's what I thought the Roe v. Wade thing was.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't know. I have definitely heard even before the Roe v. Wade thing, the overturn happened. Abortion is a huge right-wing political issue to begin with. I don't see same-sex marriage as being as big of a political hot button as
you'd be surprised.
You're right. I probably would be, and that might be again where it's been accepted for so long, and that like even before it was legal here, like it was just there were places where like people were just okay with it. It was accepted. It wasn't a big deal, and that should be the norm. That's been the norm for a long time. We should continue pushing these progressive ways to progress humanity. But
we they're trying to erase like a few decades of social progress. You know, that's kind of what they're going for. So
pretty fucking scary.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I just remember like 10 years ago, I'm like, man, we're finally making it. Like things are like really changing. And then it all just kind of blew apart like halfway through, or like I would say like 2016 going forward is when shit for me, like I started noticing like things are shifting like way too much.
So I will say that like when 2016 happened, the whole Trump first term and everything, I found it pretty funny at first. It wasn't really until about like 2017, like the end of 2017, the beginning of 2018, where I was really like, okay, pedals being pushed down here a little bit, like divisive lines are forming and things are happening here and stuff like that. So I really, like I said, when it first happened, I was just like, okay, this is a shakeup to the system, and so many people are riled, and it's actually kind of funny to see that because politics have been so boring and so the same for so long, and it was only funny until it wasn't. So
yeah, I do remember a lot of people did have that attitude that it was a shakeup, but it was like it was the wrong kind of shakeup. We got something in the chat that said Clarence Thomas mentioned it in something he wrote after Roe v. Wade that they should overturn gay marriage. Yeah, I mean, he was a big part of Roe v. Wade getting overturned. It's about Christian conservatism.
He is such a piece of shit. So they're like I think it was John Oliver did a segment about Clarence Thomas and like the big the coach motorhome thing that he got for free that he drives around and everything. And they offered him like one if he would like just resign from the Supreme Court. They were like, we'll give you $1 million and we'll give you this giant ass motor coach that's exactly the same as yours. What I thought was funny about that is that like I live probably about 10 miles away from where Clarence Thomas's motor coach was actually made. It's like the Marathon factory is just right outside of Eugene.
Interesting. Yeah, fucking Clarence Thomas. So tired of him. Hopefully some of them. Well, I mean, now we have to hope that none of the more liberal justices have to retire while Trump is president, because then he'll get more in there.
So he's only got a few days left, and I don't think that it's going to happen. But I know that there was talk for a while about Biden adding more judges to the Supreme Court and making it 13 judges and appointing, a few more left-leaning judges. And while he didn't do that, I'm kind of afraid now that he's given Trump an idea and be, you know what I could do? I could put even more judges in my pocket on the Supreme Court so that nobody can ever oppose me. That's my fear.
Yeah, it could be. It could very well be that. What else we got? Trump claims Biden's making the transition very difficult.
President-elect Trump is claiming that President Biden is making the White House transition difficult. I want you to listen to this. This is Trump. Listen to this.
They'll do everything they can to make it as difficult as possible. They talk about a transition. They're always saying, oh, no, we want to have a smooth transition from party to party of government. Well, they're making it really difficult. They're throwing everything they can in the way.
I want to bring in CNN's Caitlin Collins. She's covering all of this for us. Caitlin, how is the president-elect reacting to this specific day, and why is he saying what he just said?
Well, Wolf, I'll note that comment there from Trump stands in pretty stark contrast to obviously his own actions 4 years ago that are the reason today got so much coverage. Typically, it was a day in elections past that didn't warrant a lot of attention, but because of what happened 4 years ago and Trump's effort to make the transition process quite difficult, to say the least, are the reason that there was such a reflection on what happened then and how today went. I mean, today's process lasted about 30 minutes. Last year, it took about 14 hours because, of course, they had to pause as rioters were storming the Capitol, and that came after weeks of Trump trying to sow doubt about the election and trying to overturn the results, which ultimately was unsuccessful. But on the effort about Biden trying to block his transition, as he alleged there, trying to make it more difficult, as he said, that's not a comment that his incoming chief of staff, Susie Wiles...
Yeah, it's like, okay, so Trump is complaining that Biden's making the transition difficult, but Trump refused to admit that he lost and refused to leave and try to block the vote certification. So who actually made it difficult?
Plus, well, and he's saying, he's like, they're making it so difficult. They're making it so tough. How? What are they doing that's making it difficult for you at all? Because everything that I've heard is Biden saying, yeah, we're trying to work with Trump and we want to just make, yeah. And he's praising my economics and like, he's literally just telling his base whatever he's got to fucking tell them. It seems like
it's more divisive rhetoric. It's and they just believe whatever he says. So
when she was speaking with Mark Caputo in an interview for Axios, she said that actually working with the Biden team had gone quite smoothly. We've seen some of those briefings getting underway. But Wolf, this comes as Trump is looking at today.
Trump made it more difficult than any other president in the last century for a new president to transition in.
He's been the only president that I can think of that's actually tried to hold on to power after he lost.
Yeah, I think it might have happened like in the early days, like maybe like Adams or something. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But I could have swore something was mentioned where there was like a contentious transfer at one point, but it was like 200 years ago or whatever. But I'd have to look and verify that.
And, seeing this as just one step closer to regaining power on January 20th. And
I know the Adams versus Jefferson election was really bad. Like, they hated each other. But then they ended up becoming friends after both of them left the presidency. And then they literally died on the same day, like, hours apart from each other.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Making those plans for what that's going to look like, and also just how differently Washington is.
I think it might have been the 4th of July too, which is also strange. Let me look it up.
Comes here. I mean, you heard from John Curtis there, the newest senator from Utah, speaking to Manu. That is one voice who will certainly be someone to watch.
4th of July,
1826. He sounds very different than a lot of his Republican colleagues.
All right, man. I gotta call it a night. I gotta get out of here.
I appreciate you sticking around for so long. I'm gonna go for a little while longer. Hopefully, I can get a little more going. Yeah, have a good night.
It's been fun. Appreciate it hanging out, and take care, DP fam. We'll see you next time, guys.
All right. So flying solo for a little bit here. Hopefully we can get a couple more people to contribute to the goal. I would really appreciate it. Even if we could just get to like 68% or something like that. That would be really cool. Kind of hungry. Hopefully I can get myself some grub eventually here. Oh, was it John Quincy Adams? Maybe it was John Quincy Adams and not well, John Quincy Adams is the only president to have won without winning the Electoral College or the popular vote. It's the only election where I think what was it, the Senate decided? Because no one passed the threshold for electoral votes. So, and when that happens, like nowadays it'd have to be like a tie. And then I think it's the Senate that votes on that. It's not the House. I think it's the Senate, right? So the Senate chose John Quincy Adams to be president. That was a weird one.
Senate, many of whom who were critical of Trump on that day are certainly not so now, Wolf.
Caitlin, on another sensitive issue, we've learned that the former leader of the Proud Boys is now asking President-elect Trump for a pardon for his role in the Capitol riot. Tell us about that. What are you hearing?
Yeah, this might be one of the most notorious defendants and ultimately who was convicted because of his actions on that day, Enrico Tarrio. He was a leader of the Proud Boys for quite some time. Obviously, they showed up in mass that day, and many of them were subsequently arrested and tried and convicted for their actions on that day. He got one of the longest...
Former Proud Boys leader, a far-right neo-fascist
actually, Wolf, out of anyone on January 6th. He got 22 years that he was sentenced for on very serious charges of a seditious conspiracy that only he and a handful of others faced on that day, and now is seeking a pardon from the president-elect Donald Trump. A question still tonight is whether or not he is going to get one. Trump has promised to pardon several of the January 6 defendants. It's unclear how many he's looking at now. And this is a real divide, even in Trump's orbit, over what that should look like, because he said he's going to do it not only on day one, but within moments of taking office. You've heard from some Republicans saying that Trump should do this on a case-by-case basis, that he should evaluate this. But then you've heard others who argue that Trump should just pardon all of them, that the prosecutions were overly aggressive. That is going to...
He might just do a full-on pardon where he just pardons all of the Jan 6 people no matter what they did, which would be crazy.
Be a big thing to watch on that day because, of course, as you know, Wolf, over 140 police officers were assaulted on that day by the people who were convicted, a lot of them who also pleaded guilty.
Caitlin Collins reporting for us. Caitlin, thank you very much. Caitlin, of course, will be back later tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, for her excellent show, The Source. We'll be watching. Let's get some analysis from our excellent political experts who are with us right now. David Chelian, you're our political director, Washington bureau chief. Pretty striking statement from Trump accusing President Biden of, quote, doing every possible thing to make the transition difficult, and saying this on January 6th of all days, because Biden and the Biden administration have been doing everything possible.
I just went to Jessica's chat to see if anything was going on there, and it's literally just a stream of a dark room with an empty chair in it.
Well, to make this as smooth as possible, inviting Trump to the White House, making it
Oh,
clear that
I feel like he's almost definitely pardoning some of them, but all of them is the question. Like the people who actually injured police officers physically by attacking them. I mean, I guess it remains to be seen.
he will be attending the inauguration and all of that.
Yes, in his Washington Post op-ed today, the president said he intends to continue the tradition of inviting the president on the morning of the inauguration of the White House, in addition to the visit that they had in the immediate aftermath of the election. Those kinds of traditions for the peaceful transfer of power are clearly important for President Biden in his mind to reset that, because that was absent from what Donald Trump obviously refused to offer Joe Biden 4 years ago. But I just want to say, this comment that he was making, I don't think Donald Trump was trying to equate his own January 6th behavior or anything related to the 6th of January. This was on Hugh Hewitt this morning in context of this conversation about Biden's actions, about banning offshore drilling and putting a sort of environmental legacy piece in place that is trying to make it more difficult for the Trump team to instantly overturn it, and that perhaps it would need to go through legislative action. And I think that was the context of the point of that Donald Trump was making, although I will say my ears perked up when I heard that, because what I heard, Wolf, in that moment was a former president who 2 weeks from right now will be 6 hours into his second presidency, laying the groundwork to point fingers and blame Joe Biden for anything that is not going the way that he wanted, or scoring big victories right away out of the gate. Guarantee you're going to hear a lot of blame about Joe Biden.
Let me get Brian Morgenstern to react. You served in the Trump White House. You know what's going on. What's your reaction to this?
Well, my reaction is that we have seen some disruption. I mean, it wasn't just the oil drilling. It was trying to sell off pieces of the border wall for scraps. So there have been some things behind the scenes where they're trying to cement policies and make it more difficult for President Trump. That's very frustrating for him. So I certainly understand where he's coming from. As for January 6th, today, it was a decisive victory. It was a very clean and clear process that is refreshing, that is positive for the country. I think that everyone was able to get through this unscathed and without incident. That is a great day for America.
An enormous contrast to what the Trump White House did 4 years ago.
Well, 4 years ago, The president did say peacefully and patriotically go to the Capitol. Obviously, we saw what unfolded. The American people and the voters also saw the lawfare that came before and after that. They saw the weaponization of the federal government against political opponents, and they voted to stop that. But they voted to secure the border.
They didn't vote for what happened on January 6th. They didn't vote for what happened on January 6th. And I think what you've seen today is really. Yes, the peaceful transfer of power, it is in marked contrast to what happened on January 6th. And Donald Trump, the problem is that part of what happened on January 6th is the story that Donald Trump wants to tell about himself, that he didn't lose and that these people were actually acting in a just cause, and that's why he wants to pardon them. But that is not the real story. And he's made it part of loyalty tests. You have to answer whether or not you believe that he won the last election in order to work for him in this current administration that is coming. So the problem here is that we are still in the era of January 6th 4 years ago. That hasn't changed.
Go ahead, Karen.
In the bigger picture, though, Lulu, to what you're saying, this is why the American people deserve a full accounting of history. And it's why Merrick Garland should release the final report that he gets from Jack Smith, because we, the people.
Giving up power has always, not always, but mostly been an easy thing because we treat it with importance and dignity, and for the sake of working together as a cohesive nation. And it's happened every time in my lifetime except for in 2020.
We paid for it with our tax dollars. We deserve to know, for the record of history, what exactly happened. You heard a new Republican senator even say, we don't really know all the facts about what happened. We deserve to know the facts, particularly because what we're seeing is akin to what we're seeing conservative MAGA folks do all over the country. They're trying to rewrite history and gaslight us that what we saw with our own eyes didn't happen, and it did happen. And we need to know, as we try, I appreciate that Joe Biden is trying to say to people, let's lay down a marker around what the norms really are, what it should look like. But at the same time, there has to be accountability. There has to be some transparency here so that people really know what lengths.
Unfortunately, I don't think there will be. I mean, I think, what actually, and I think you're right here, what voters said is that actually this didn't matter to them and that they would vote for Donald Trump. That is at least the lesson that Donald Trump has taken
That's
from
the
this.
lesson that Donald Trump wants to take, but let's be very clear. An election is not the same thing as a jury verdict where the same group of people heard all of the same evidence and then rendered a verdict. That's
the
not
political
the same.
verdict takes into account the fact that, look, I was in the White House where BLM rioters were trying to get in. I had to have the Secret Service help me get home safely. Those people were not treated as harshly as some of the people on January 6th. We saw some people
But you
were
know that those
peaceful
are two
and
different
invited
things.
in.
Those are
Others
absolutely
were
two
not.
different things.
But,
Those are one group of people. Wait, let's be clear.
Two-tiered
One
system
group.
of justice
Hold
that
on. One
people
group
did
of
vote
people. One group of people were protesting for racial justice, and one group of people were trying to
burning down police stations and burning down courthouses.
and were trying to
murdered a police officer in Missouri.
overturn a legitimate election. Those are two very different things.
Always with the false equivalencies.
And we did see people prosecuted for violent actions when they took them, but a group of people coming onto the steps of the Capitol trying to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power, let us be clear, it is not the same
The fact
thing.
that this debate and conversation is still happening to me shows that it's not just trying to gaslight or whitewash or erase history, what everyone saw before their eyes 4 years ago, because we did all see it. It's actually the success of that effort. It's not it's not just that he's trying, but that Donald Trump has successfully convinced a huge swath of America that they didn't see what they saw on January 6th. And when it was litigated politically, and this is where the election comes into play, as you noted, this was not the thing that voters decided this past election on. They weren't affirming Donald Trump's behavior of January 6th in any way whatsoever.
No.
But they were saying that was not how they were going to decide the results of this most recent.
All right, so that's that. God, it's 11-11. It's 11-11. We didn't get to 75%. We got to 65%. That's cool. You know what I am saying, bro? So, I'm probably going to wrap this one up, and then I'll be here again tomorrow morning to do it all over again so we can get the goal and keep things moving. I appreciate all you guys for hanging out and watching and supporting. You guys are great. It is getting late, so I am going to end this now. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good one.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.